The sun was dipping low over the walls of King's Landing, painting the city in the pale gold and rose hues of evening. From the height of Aegon's high hill, the Red Keep loomed above the labyrinth of streets and alleyways, standing as a silent sentinel that had witnessed centuries of bloodshed, glory, and triumph. Its towers cast elongated shadows across the rooftops, whispering of secrets and shadows that lingered within its ancient stones. In the air, the presence of dragons could not be ignored. Their silhouettes soared against the horizon, majestic, sweeping shapes that dwarfed the city below. Even at a distance, their roars quivered in the very bones of those who listened, a reminder that House Targaryen's might was still unquestionable. For more than 400 years, the dragons had never died out. They had diminished at times, grown few in number after certain wars and plagues, but they had never, not once, slipped into extinction. The people of Westeros lived with them, feared them, revered them, and never once forgot that the blood of the dragon ruled from the Iron Throne. Tonight, that same bloodline continued with King Rhaegar Targaryen, first of his name, who stood upon a balcony overlooking the city his family had conquered long before he was born. He was a tall man, silver hair dancing with the evening breeze, and violet eyes that carried the weight of centuries behind them. His mouth was set in a thin line as he surveyed the streets where torches were being lit for the night. Somewhere below, as the last rays of daylight stained the sky, bells rang in melancholy chords. A festival was in progress, or so he'd been told. A day of feasting and revelry to celebrate the memory of Queen Rhaella, who had died a decade earlier, leaving behind a complicated legacy. Yet the king's mind was far from celebration. He heard the heavy flap of leathery wings before he saw the beast. A massive shadow glided across the courtyard, scattering well-dressed courtiers who retreated with awe and alarm. Vermithor, one of the oldest and largest living dragons, landed in the open space of the Red Keep's courtyard with a ground-shaking thud. Smoke trickled from the corners of its maw, nostrils flaring as it shook its gargantuan head. Clinging to the scaled neck was the king's younger brother, Prince Eman Targaryen, a daredevil with the wildness of the dragon fire that flowed through their shared blood. Eman slid from the saddle, boots touching the flagstones with surprising grace. He wore black riding leathers trimmed with red, the Targaryen sigil emblazoned proudly on his chest. Rhaegar watched his brother approach from the balcony, remembering how differently their paths had diverged. Rhaegar had been groomed for the throne, carrying himself with the composure and burden of a future king. Eman had been allowed more freedom, too much freedom, some said. And he gallivanted around the Seven Kingdoms on Dragonback, forging ties with minor lords and exploring the frontiers in ways that had made the small council uneasy. Yet, for all his roguish ways, the people loved him. Something in his carefree laugh and the way he soared overhead on that monstrous creature spoke to every boy and girl who once dreamed of knights and dragons. A pair of Kingsguard knights bowed stiffly as they allowed the prince to enter the royal residence. Eamon's footsteps echoed in the corridors, accompanied by the hushed whispers of servants in the passageways. Soon, he stood behind the king, in the open air of the balcony, and gazed over King's Landing as Rhaegar did. "You've been gone weeks," Rhaegar said without turning around. His voice was modulated, lacking any real animosity, yet there was a tension to it. "I thought perhaps you'd gone to the free cities to drink yourself into a scandal." Eman laughed, a rich sound that reverberated off the stone walls. "If I were in the free cities, you'd hear about it soon enough, brother. No, I've been in the Stormlands, overseeing a muster of men for your command. There are concerns that some lords might be getting restive." "Aren't they always?" Rhaegar murmured. He turned at last, regarding his brother's face. Eman looked much like him, but younger, less lined by care. His silver hair was shorter, wind-blown from flight, and his smile always seemed on the verge of laughter. "News from the Stormlands, then? Has the Baratheon heir begun to chafe under Targaryen rule again?" Eamon's gaze flicked away for an instant before he sighed. "Lord Barrow's Baratheon is not openly defiant, but he's bristling. He's heard rumors about something stirring beyond the narrow seas, and he thinks the realm should be cautious about any new alliances King's Landing might forge. The man is proud. His ancestors never forgave Aegon for subduing them, but they bend the knee because they must. Still, they remember. They always remember. Even a living line of dragons can't quell every ambition forever." Rhaegar stared over the city again. He felt the eyes of stone gargoyles from the keep upon him, as though the entire fortress were alive and judging. The day the realm is at peace with itself may be the day the Iron Throne dissolves to dust, or when the dragons themselves vanish from the sky. A faint, mirthless smile crossed his face. "But we both know that last part isn't likely to happen." Eman nodded. In a world where dragons had never gone extinct, House Targaryen was inseparable from the fate of those creatures. Every scion of the royal line, from the moment they could walk, was introduced to dragon hatchlings. They learned to feed them, care for them, and, if chosen, to ride them. Only Targaryens and certain Valyrian-blooded lines ever managed to truly bond with the beasts, though there were whispered rumors here and there of bastard children or unacknowledged scions who soared into the skies. It was part of what sustained Targaryen power through rebellions and alliances alike, the presence of these living weapons of war. And to keep them strong, the Targaryens had carefully bred them in secret enclaves scattered around Westeros. Craggy islands in Blackwater Bay, hidden valleys in the Mountains of the Moon, and the volcanic caverns on Dragonstone. Yet the presence of so many dragons brought its own perils. They required tremendous resources, the cost of which sometimes burdened the small folk. And dragons themselves could be unpredictable, especially if not tended by someone with enough skill or will to dominate them. Around the time of Rhaegar's coronation, there had been an incident in the Vale of Arryn. A young princeling tried to claim a dragon unbonded and lost his life, nearly burning down an entire village in the process. The old rumor had always been that dragons were diminishing because of captivity, because their essence could not flourish in captivity. That rumor apparently had been untrue. The Targaryens' advanced knowledge, roots in Valyrian sorcery, some said, had kept the beasts healthy, if occasionally still dangerous. "I'd give a kingdom for a moment of true peace," Rhaegar said at length. "But you're right. The realm does not remain quiet for long. Not with rumors of new sellsword companies rising in Essos, or hints that the Iron Islands look for any moment of weakness to raid the western coasts. Even Dorne, though loyal to our house for generations, never forgets its old independence." Eman placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. "House Targaryen has kept the realm together for centuries, and with dragons at our side, we shall do so for centuries more." Rhaegar gave him a thin smile. "Then let us hope that we are wise as well as mighty. Dragons can burn a rebellion to ash, but no war is won without cost. Remember that." The two shared a brief, brotherly moment, and then parted ways. Eman left the balcony to retire to his chambers, where a warm bath and a hot meal awaited him. He was always famished after hours of dragon flight, the wind scouring the color from his cheeks. Meanwhile, Rhaegar remained, letting his eyes drift over the city and then out toward the sea, where the last saffron hues of sunset were fading into inky twilight. For a moment, he wondered about the dream he had last night. Dragons in the darkness, flames in the sky, and a nameless shadow drifting across the stars. His father, King Aerys II, had been haunted by nightmares and half-mad visions, though Rhaegar had always prided himself on being more grounded. Yet something about the dream lingered, like an echo of an ancient doom. He brushed off the thought. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow he would deal with everything. Tonight, let the city celebrate. Far away, beyond the walls of King's Landing, across the storm-lashed seas, a great darkness was gathering. In the free city of Pentos, a secret meeting took place beneath flickering torchlight in a sprawling estate owned by a reclusive magister. The taste of spiced wine and the faint odor of incense lingered in the air as a circle of cloaked figures bent close together around an oval table. They spoke in hushed tones, passing coded notes across the polished surface. Their dialects varied. Some had the rolling accent of the summer islands, others the quick patter of the narrow seas merchant cities, and one or two possessed a distinct Westerosi cadence. A single candle flickered in the center, its flame reflecting off the ring the chief conspirator wore, a silver band etched with the shape of a fiery dragon devouring its own tail. He pulled back his hood, revealing a gaunt face with sunken eyes. A red birthmark stained one side of his cheek, curving down like a slash of old, healed wound. His name was Corin, a name with no lineage in Essos nor Westeros, a man rumored to have come from somewhere beyond the Jade Sea. He had arrived in Pentos some years ago, purchasing his seat in the Magister's circle, amassing wealth through unknown means. Whispers claimed he trafficked in arcane lore, contraband, and the darkest forms of power. "What news from the west?" he asked in a voice like a hiss, leaning forward so the candlelight accentuated the shadows under his cheekbones. "We have waited too long. The Targaryens are not crumbling from within, nor are their dragons dying. If we are to bring forth the new age, we must move soon." A woman in a saffron robe spoke up, her voice husky. "Our spies in King's Landing say the Targaryen king is cautious but not unsteady. He seeks alliances rather than war. He has dragons enough to lay waste to any rebellion. And as you know, the lords of Westeros still fear dragon fire. To move against them openly would be folly. A man in dark gray, perhaps a Westerosi sellsword or a man exiled from the Seven Kingdoms, grunted. We need a wedge. An event that unsettles the lords. Perhaps a catastrophic display of a dragon's destructive power that kills innocent people, turning the small folk against the monarchy. Or we stir up old rivalries and nudge certain houses to rise. The Stormlands brood, the north remains distant, and the Iron Islands are always close to rebellion. Corin tapped his fingers on the table, eyes flickering with an intensity that belied the ice in his veins. We have tried to fan those embers for years, yet no true flame has caught. We need a spark that can ignite a great conflagration. He paused, letting the heavy silence fill the room. I have studied the texts. The old Valyrian tomes speak of ways to unbind dragons from Targaryen control. Ancient sorceries that were believed lost with the doom of Valyria. If we can wrest the beasts from their masters, or better yet, turn them upon the Targaryens themselves, the monarchy will shatter. A hush fell over the group. Most had heard rumors of such sorcery, but to speak it aloud was something else entirely. The significance was clear. If dragons were the pillar of Targaryen supremacy, controlling or destroying them would cause that pillar to collapse. But it was no easy matter. Even the greatest of Valyrian mages struggled to shape the will of dragons. Still, Corin's eyes glowed with a fervent belief. We proceed carefully, said the woman in saffron. Gather what knowledge we can. Prepare for a covert strike or for infiltration. The Targaryens keep their eggs and hatchlings on Dragonstone in hidden caves and roosts. If we infiltrate there, if we tamper with the new brood, we may sow chaos. One hatchling can cause havoc. Let us begin with sabotage. Yes, Corin whispered, his voice trembling with dark purpose. And if sabotage does not suffice, we shall see about that old magic. By fire and blood, they built their empire. By that same fire and blood, we shall tear it down. While in the city of Pentos conspiracies were hatched in the gloom, across the narrow sea, King's Landing awoke to a bright morning. The festival had ended with drunken revelers staggering through Flea Bottom and the sweet strains of harps lingering in the halls. Early sunlight poured through the windows of the Red Keep, where King Rhaegar presided over a small but vital council in his solar. The members of the council included Grand Maester Arwell, a scholar with a meticulous mind for details, Lord Commander Willem Serret of the King's Guard, Master of Whisperers Larys Rivers, Master of Ships Orain Valerion, and Lord Edmure Tully, representing the Riverlands as an honored counselor. They stood around a table bearing a map of Westeros pinned at the corners with dragon-shaped weights. Painted markers dotted the map, signifying seats of power, armies, and known dragon lairs. Rhaegar looked weary, but his voice was steady. Report. What news from the east? Larys Rivers, an unassuming man with a thin mustache, bowed. Your Grace, rumors of unrest persist in Essos. Sellsword companies such as the Golden Company and the Sorrowhawks have been on the move. Ships have been sighted carrying unknown passengers. Our best guess is that alliances are being formed, though for what purpose we cannot say yet. Orain Valerion, tall and broad-shouldered, tapped a carved wooden ship marker that rested off the coast of Dorne on the map. The royal fleet patrols the waters. We have no direct threat, but infiltration could happen. Perhaps not an outright invasion. No one is mad enough to challenge dragons on the open field, but sabotage remains a danger. We must be vigilant. Grand Maester Arwell nodded thoughtfully. We should remember that certain knowledge of dragons, once lost, could be rediscovered. And in uncertain times, those who fear or envy our power might seek to harness them for their own ends or destroy them to weaken us. And Westeros itself? Rhaegar asked, shifting his gaze to Edmure Tully, whose bright auburn hair had begun to gray at the temples. Are our lords content? Edmure exhaled. They are as content as lords can be. But they see your dragons, your might, and some wonder if the crown has grown too strong. The Stormlands, the Reach, the Westerlands ever proud. The North keeps to itself, but word from Winterfell is that the young Lord Stark is restless. The Vale remains loyal, as does the Riverlands, though we always keep watch for uprisings near our borders. And the Iron Islands, well, your Grace knows how they are. Rhaegar closed his eyes briefly, picturing the sprawl of the Seven Kingdoms, each region a tapestry of loyalties, grudges, old wounds, and new ambitions. Westeros had been united by fire and blood, not by gentle diplomacy. The notion of a stable peace was an illusion that demanded constant upkeep, like a precarious dam holding back a torrent. Then a flutter of wings interrupted the discussion. A raven swooped in through the open window, landing on the sill. A guardsman approached, removing a small parchment from the bird's leg and handing it to the king. Rhaegar unrolled it and scanned the contents, brow furrowing. Lord Manderley of White Harbor requests an audience. He writes of strange sightings in the shivering sea, glowing lights, and unnatural storms. Also, travelers speak of folk disappearing in the night as if snatched from their beds. Local rumors blame monstrous creatures, the likes of which not seen for ages. The room fell silent. Such portents were not unknown in a land rife with superstition. Yet the king sensed a heaviness to these words. The North, with its ancient gods and old ways, had long been the realm of dire wolves, endless winters, and the dire legends of the long night. The Targaryens might command dragons, but beyond the wall lay powers they barely understood. Rhaegar spoke quietly. Whether these are just ghost stories or something more, we should not ignore them. My brother Eman is familiar with the North, having flown there on a goodwill tour 2 years ago. I'll send him to investigate. As for us, remain vigilant for any sign of treachery from across the sea. The council dispersed. Rhaegar watched as they bowed and exited. The day's tasks loomed, but his mind wandered to the dream again, dragons, darkness, and an otherworldly presence overshadowing them all. It was probably just the anxieties of rule plaguing him. Still, he could not entirely shake the uneasy sense that something was moving in the shadows, something that might challenge even dragons. By midday, Prince Eman was aloft again on Vermithor, heading northward with a small retinue of companions following by ship. He soared over the fields and villages, dragon scales shimmering in the sun, and the small folk craned their necks to watch him pass. Some children cheered, pointing skyward at the magnificent sight. Others cowered, remembering stories of towns devoured by dragonfire in ages past. But the flight was a reminder to all: House Targaryen was not just a name, but a power etched into the very sky of Westeros. He reached the neck within a few days, skirting the swamps of the Crannogmen. Heavy clouds gathered, gray and swollen, hinting at rain. The humidity hung in the air, and the wetlands stretched below him like a murky labyrinth. When at last the drizzle started, it pattered on Vermithor's scales, sending rivulets of water coursing along their ridges. Eman squinted, guiding the beast northward, hoping to reach Winterfell before the weather turned truly foul. Yet a strange disquiet filled the atmosphere. Even from the vantage of the sky, Eman felt an odd tingle in his bones, as though the wind carried a hidden current of dread. He had ventured north before, and the chill beyond the neck was not new to him. But this time an undercurrent of wrongness pervaded the land. Vermithor sensed it, too. The dragon snorted, claws twitching, and occasionally let out a low, throaty growl that rumbled like distant thunder. It was as if the natural order had shifted, and the animals, or the very land, were bracing for something out of place. A few days later, the spires of Winterfell rose into view, the ancient seat of House Stark. Smoke curled lazily from its chimneys, a sign of warm hearths and the great hall's perpetual fires. Eman directed Vermithor to land in an open field some distance from the walls to avoid terrorizing the inhabitants. The castle gates opened to allow a welcoming party. Lord Bran Stark, youthful yet somber, rode out on horseback, flanked by a handful of guards. He greeted the prince with cautious courtesy, his gray eyes measuring the Targaryen prince, the tension in his shoulders betraying a sense of wariness that was typical of northerners dealing with southern power. Eman dismounted, patting Vermithor's flank. "My Lord Stark," he said with a courteous bow, though he wore a friendly grin. "I come at my brother's behest, in peace as always. I'd hoped to stretch my legs in your great hall." Bran nodded. "You're welcome here, Prince Eman. Winterfell will always have a place for tea. He crowns emissaries. My hall is yours. Though I'll confess your arrival on Dragonback sets hearts racing. We're not so used to having a winged shadow in our skies." "Forgive the theatrics," Eman said with a good-humored shrug. "This is simply the fastest way to travel. And I come seeking knowledge of strange occurrences." Lord Manderley's letter to the king spoke of troubling signs. The young Stark lord frowned, turning in the direction of the road leading east to White Harbor. "I received a letter from Manderley as well, plus rumors from our bannermen. Folks have been disappearing rarely, but often enough to notice. Fishermen speak of ghost lights bobbing on the horizon at night. Others whisper of a monstrous shape glimpsed in the water. Our scouts have found no concrete evidence, only frightened small folk with tall tales. But something is off. The nights feel longer, colder, even though winter is not yet upon us." "I intend to visit White Harbor and speak to Lord Manderley personally," Eman replied. "Then perhaps I'll survey the coast from Dragonback. If something lurks in the waters, maybe Vermithor can scare it out." Bran offered a wry smile. "Let us hope it's just fishtails. Come, Prince, the hour grows late and the rains threaten. Join me in the Great Hall. We'll dine and discuss what's to be done." Inside Winterfell, the warmth of the hearth washed over Eman, a welcome relief after the chill drizzle outside. Long trestle tables were laid out, heaped with bread, roasted game, and flagons of ale. Servants moved quietly, laying plates and replenishing cups. The hall was grand in its stark simplicity, no gilded ornaments like the Red Keep, but a formidable solidity that spoke of generations of Starks who had kept the North safe. Tapestries of dire wolves and northern landscapes adorned the walls, telling of ancestors who had faced winter after winter, forging the iron will of this land. As they took seats near the head of the hall, Eman looked around, noticing the curious, guarded stares of northern lords and ladies. The presence of a Targaryen prince, let alone one who arrived on a dragon, was an event that stirred anxieties. But in his easygoing manner, Eman began to talk and laugh with them, asking about their harvests, their hunts, the local lore. Wine and mead flowed, loosening tongues. Before long, the tension eased and the night turned companionable. Bran waited for the hall to quiet before addressing his guest. My lord uncle told me stories of the dance of dragons that nearly tore House Targaryen apart centuries ago. Dragons fought dragons, scorching the skies over the god's eye. Thousands died, but even the tragedy did not end the line of dragons. Now your house thrives still and your beasts roam the skies. We northerners wonder, does the crown truly have the realm's best interests at heart, or do they merely wish to keep us cowed under the shadow of dragonfire? Eman considered the question with genuine seriousness. I cannot speak for every Targaryen who has ruled, my lord, but my brother strives for unity. Dragons can be terrible weapons, but they are also creatures of wonder. We know we cannot hold the realm by fear alone, nor do we wish to. The histories are full of times we made that mistake. My brother would rule by justice, by forging alliances and trust. The dragons are a deterrent against those who would shed rivers of blood in pursuit of petty ambitions. He paused, scanning the hall. Yet I know that trust is earned, not demanded. I hope my presence here serves to strengthen ties, not fray them. Bran nodded, accepting the words with reserved grace. They continued to share stories, and Eman recounted the time he flew over the Vale, glimpsing the shimmering lakes and mountain peaks. He spoke of the roaring waterfalls of the Riverlands, of the golden fields of the Reach. Some of the northern lords listened with curiosity, enthralled by lands they had never seen. But as the night wore on, the conversation inevitably returned to the recent disturbing events. Shouts in the dark, vanished travelers, sightings of strange shapes. Each retelling stoked the embers of unease in the hall until the blazing hearth felt just a little less warm. Eventually, the feast concluded. Eman was shown to a comfortable chamber in the guest wing, and he fell into bed, exhausted from the flight and the night's discussions. Outside, the wind moaned through Winterfell's towers and distant thunder rumbled. Sleep came fitfully. In his dreams, he saw flashes of white shapes moving across a dark sea, heard the roar of a dragon pitched in alarm, and saw flickering lights swirl in the gloom. He woke before dawn with his heart pounding, an echo of unseen terror in his chest. Morning brought gray clouds and a persistent drizzle. Eman made ready to depart for White Harbor, accompanied by a small retinue of Stark bannermen who would travel by horse on the ground while he soared above. Bran Stark bid him farewell at the gates of Winterfell, reminding him to send word if more dire news surfaced. With a leap and a powerful beat of wings, Vermithor took to the sky. Soon, Winterfell dwindled behind them, a fortress lost in the rolling gray of northern hills. White Harbor, the only true city of the north, came into view after another day and a half of travel with an overnight stop in a small holdfast. White walls rose around a sheltered bay, a beacon of commerce in these otherwise sparsely populated lands. The banners of House Manderley, azure, featuring a merman, fluttered in the stiff wind. True to its name, the harbor gleamed in the pale light, though the skies above were laden with storm clouds. Eman circled once before guiding Vermithor to land on the outskirts. He paused, scanning the waters. Even from up here, he could sense the unsettled mood of the sea. Waves crashed violently against the harbor breakwater. A gloom hung over the surface, swirling with foam and spindrift. No sign of monstrous shapes or ghost lights during the day, but he couldn't shake the feeling something lurked. Lord Wireless Manderley came in person to greet the prince. He was a tall man of advancing years, but still strong in presence. Clad in a cloak of silver and sea green, he bowed respectfully. Prince Eman, House Manderley welcomes you. My father was the one who sent the raven. He's ill these days, but he insists on seeing you himself. My thanks, Lord Wireless. Lead on and let us hear all you have to say, Eman replied. They made their way through bustling streets where the presence of a dragon had caused quite a stir. Common folk stared, half in awe, half in trepidation. Fishmongers, sailors, and merchants whispered behind their hands, some crossing themselves or clutching protective amulets. White Harbor had always been a city shaped by trade and seafaring, open to influences from the south, but dragons were still a rarity here, and the talk of strange happenings at sea only heightened the tension. In the merman's court, a grand hall with pillars carved to resemble mermaids and sea creatures, Eman met with the older Lord Manderley, who reclined on a cushioned chair near a brazier. His hair was white, his face lined with age, but his voice was still steady. He recounted the missing fishermen, the sightings at sea, and the superstitious stories that had multiplied in the taverns. The old lord leaned forward, eyes burning with genuine concern. "It's not that we've never lost ships, my prince. Storms, pirates, all manner of troubles. But this men vanish from their homes. Families speak of hearing unearthly calls at night, as though something lures their loved ones outside. Others speak of glimpsing pale forms moving under the waves. Then there's the wreckage that washes ashore, splintered boats with strange marks gouged into them, as though by claws or teeth not seen on any normal beast. We do not know what it is, only that fear grows by the day." Eman exchanged a glance with Lord Wyllis. The younger Manderley's face was grave. "I've dispatched patrols, but they report nothing conclusive. Sailors are refusing to go out after dark. Our trade is suffering, and the people are frightened." Eman folded his arms. "I will fly over the coast at night, see what can be seen from the air. Sometimes a dragon's vantage reveals what's hidden from the ground. If there is some creature out there, perhaps we can catch sight of it." That evening, despite the counsel of the Manderleys, who thought it was too dangerous, Eman mounted Vermithor and took to the skies. The city lights spread below them, flickering lanterns and torches reflecting in the dark waters of the harbor. Past the breakwater, the open sea churned, the horizon a black line that seemed to meld into the storm clouds. Thunderheads rumbled in the distance, and occasional forks of lightning illuminated the night sky in brilliant flashes. They soared, scanning the waves. Vermithor let out a low growl, the columns of his throat vibrating under Eman's legs. The wind whipped at his cheeks, bringing a tang of salt and rain. At first, there was nothing but the regular surge of ocean tides. Then, in a sudden flash of lightning, Eman glimpsed something down below, a patch of water that seemed darker than the rest, swirling as though a whirlpool lay beneath the surface. He circled lower, cautious, feeling the dragon's muscles tense. Another lightning strike illuminated the water again, and for just an instant, Eman thought he saw a faint glow like pale lights flickering beneath the waves. Vermithor shrieked, rearing back. The massive dragon hovered, wings beating furiously as if spooked by an unseen threat. Eman felt a jolt of alarm. He peered downward, trying to discern shapes in the gloom. Then, without warning, a spear of lightning struck the sea so close that he was momentarily blinded. When his vision cleared, the patch of swirling water was gone, leaving only turbulent waves. Yet a vile stench wafted up, acrid like sulfur, making Vermithor snarl. Unsure what he'd just witnessed, Eman circled a few more times, but saw nothing. Rain began to fall, and thunder boomed ever closer. He had little choice but to return to White Harbor, mind abuzz with questions. That night, as he tried to rest in the merman's court, he found sleep elusive, haunted by the memory of that unnatural swirl of sea, the ghostly glow, and Vermithor's tremor of fear. South of the sea's turmoil, across the waters in the free cities, Corin moved his pieces on the chessboard of conspiracy. He had read old texts that spoke of watery terrors from the dawn of time, creatures that slumbered in the cold depths, waiting for the right call to awaken. Some said these beings were kin to dragons, born of the same primordial chaos that once shaped the world in the age of Valyria. If that were true, controlling them, bending them to the will of those who sought the end of Targaryen dominance, could be the ultimate triumph. But the old magic was fickle, requiring blood sacrifice, arcane knowledge, and a fearlessness that skirted madness. In a hidden chamber beneath the Magister's estate in Pentos, Corin stood before a table draped in red silk. On it lay a scaly, leathery object, a dragon egg stolen long ago by a band of Sel's words who had done a job for him, or so the whispers claimed. Candlelight glimmered on its surface. With trembling hands, Corin traced Valyrian glyphs in the air, chanting words that crackled with unseen energy. The room's temperature dipped. One of his acolytes moaned in the corner, a dark rivulet of blood trickling from the nose, a sign of the dangerous forces at play. The egg did not hatch, nor did it stir, but in the flickering candlelight, faint lines of crimson seemed to pulse for a moment like veins under the shell. Corin exhaled, sweat beading on his brow. "Patience," he whispered. "The secrets of old Valyria were not revealed in a single night. Soon we shall have the weapon we need." He smiled, envisioning dragons turning on their riders, or something worse crawling from the sea's depths to challenge the supremacy of the Targaryens in the sky. The game was afoot, and the realm would tremble when these ancient powers collided. Even as conspiracies deepened in Essos, and as Prince Eman prowled the northern seas for a hidden threat, King Rhaegar remained vigilant in King's Landing. The routine affairs of state weighed on him, disputes between lords, trade regulations, petitions from the faith. Yet a constant worry gnawed at him, a feeling that events were converging outside his sight. Reports came in of vague disturbances in various corners of the realm. To the southeast, near the Red Mountains of Dorne, travelers spoke of unnatural lights flickering on the horizon at dusk. In the western hills near Casterly Rock, shepherds reported that entire flocks vanished overnight without a trace. And then there were the repeated sightings of foreign cell sails lurking off the stepstones, as if waiting for a signal. Late one evening, Rhaegar retired to his solar after reading through a stack of reports. The chamber was quiet, lit by a single lamp. He let his gaze stray to the walls, where dragon skulls once hung in earlier reigns. Though not so many as in ages past, some had been moved to Dragonstone. Enough remained to remind him of House Targaryen's fearsome lineage. Now the dragons lived, soared, breathed fire, in part thanks to the careful measures his ancestors had taken, in part thanks to the secrets carried from old Valyria. But even that tremendous might could be tested. He couldn't help recalling the words of the prophecy some Targaryens believed, the one that spoke of a prince that was promised, or the idea that dragons would be needed to combat a great darkness. Perhaps these were just relics of an older time, but a quiet voice inside him whispered, "The darkness is stirring." A knock at the door broke his reverie. A guard announced that the Master of Whisperers sought an urgent audience. Larys Rivers slipped in, face drawn with tension. His typical half-smile was absent, replaced by grim purpose. "Your Grace, urgent tidings from the north. A fishing village near Widow's Watch was found deserted. Every inhabitant vanished. Signs of a struggle, broken doors, traces of blood, but no bodies. Some say they saw pale lights off the shore. Prince Eman is investigating." Rhaegar's heart lurched. "And what else?" Larys hesitated. "Our informants in Essos confirm that multiple Sellsword companies are on the move, gathering near Lys. Ships are being hired, though for what purpose is unclear. Could be a conflict among the free cities or something else. We know of a certain Pentoshi magister rumored to be dabbling in black arts. My little birds say he's obsessed with controlling dragons." The king's expression hardened. "Summon the small council at once. We may not be at war, but we must be prepared." A clarion call rang through the halls, and the council gathered in a matter of minutes. Candlelight flickered on anxious faces as Rhaegar relayed the news. Orain Valerian volunteered to sail at once for the Narrow Sea to keep watch on the Sellsword activity. Lord Commander Serret promised to double the guard around the dragon pens and the royal brood. Grand Maester Arwell proposed sending learned men to investigate these strange lights and vanishings, perhaps consulting old records about monsters of the deep. Lord Edmure Tully, his brow furrowed, suggested forging a renewed alliance with the Hightowers and the Lannisters to ensure their readiness. Each spoke in measured tones, yet beneath the surface, fear simmered. This was not a simple rebellion or petty squabble. Something older, darker, was stirring. While the council debated strategies, a messenger arrived from Dragonstone, bearing news of an incident in one of the hatching caverns. A caretaker found several eggs forcibly smashed, the remains of half-formed draconic fetuses scattered across the rocky floor. No culprit had been identified. The caretaker swore he heard a whispering voice in the darkness, speaking in a tongue he could not name, followed by a retreating shadow. A chill settled over the council as they realized this was not an isolated mishap but part of a larger scheme. Someone or something was striking at the source of Targaryen power, the dragons themselves. Meanwhile, on a small ship crossing the Bight, Prince Eman huddled in the cabin with a half-dozen companions, northern soldiers, one Manderly knight, and an old local fisherman who claimed to have survived an encounter with the mysterious lights. Vermithor was chained and harnessed on the deck, subdued with herbal smoke meant to keep him calm in the storm. Rain lashed the vessel, the timbers groaning as if in protest. The fisherman named Darik recounted his tale in a trembling voice. "It was after midnight, my lord. We'd cast our nets, waiting for the catch, when a glow rose from the water like an eerie lantern. The sea churned and I heard a singing, no words I recognized, just a haunting melody. My mates, they stood transfixed as if enchanted. Then something moved in the darkness, pale arms or tentacles, I can't be sure. My mate screamed. I cut the line and rowed for my life. When I looked back, the boat was gone, vanished beneath the waves, along with my friends." Eman listened, his skin prickling. Tales of sirens or krakens were the stuff of sailor legends, but this man's terror felt real. "And you've not seen them since?" Darik shook his head, eyes downcast. "No, my prince. But I hear the music in my dreams." Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the sea through the cabin window. Eman pressed the fishermen for details, but they were fragmentary at best. Then came a shout from the deck. The group rushed up to see the horizon lit by sheet lightning. The storm had intensified, waves tossing the ship, and Vermithor roared in agitation. Through the gloom, Eman glimpsed something that made his blood run cold, pale flickers on the surface of the water dancing like phosphorescent wisps. A haunting melody seemed to echo across the wind, too faint to be certain if it was real or imagination. The old fisherman gasped, crossing himself with shaking hands. Suddenly, the water nearby erupted as a shape broke the surface, a huge silhouette fleeting in the lightning's glare. Vermithor went wild, thrashing against his chains, bellowing fire into the storm. Panic ensued on deck. Eman shouted for calm, but fear gripped the men. The wave from the rising form struck the ship, nearly capsizing it. Darik was flung overboard, disappearing into the raging sea with a cry. Eman lunged to grab him, but it was too late. Chaos swallowed everything. Summoning all his courage, the prince rushed to unchain Vermithor, ignoring the crew's shouts that the beast might tear the ship apart in its frenzy. He needed the dragon free to defend them, or at least keep from destroying the vessel in his panic. With a mighty roar, Vermithor spread his wings, kicking off the deck. The battered ship lurched, men clinging to ropes for dear life. Vermithor took flight, fighting the wind and rain, unleashing another gout of flame that hissed into the storm, steam billowing. Below, in a flash of lightning, Eman caught a glimpse of something massive submerging again, a coil of pale flesh, a fin, or perhaps a maw. He couldn't be sure. For an instant, he thought he saw eyes glowing beneath the surface, reflecting the dragon fire. Then thunder rumbled and the vision was gone. The water churned violently, but no trace of the creature remained. Vermithor circled once, trembling with fury and fear, before returning to the ship. The men on deck scrambled to steady the craft. They searched for Darik until the storm forced them away. He was gone, claimed by the sea, another victim of this growing nightmare. Eman stood in the pounding rain, hair plastered to his face, staring at the tumultuous waves. The words hammered through his mind, something beyond our knowledge, something monstrous is stirring in the depths. The battered ship limped back to White Harbor at dawn. Lord Wylus Manderley, pale with worry, received the survivors, who recounted the harrowing encounter. The city reeled at the news. Some whispered that an abomination had been unleashed, perhaps a sign of the old god's wrath or a demon summoned by foreign sorcery. Eman sent urgent ravens south, detailing all he had witnessed. The realm needed to know. The crown needed to act. The raven arrived in King's Landing within 3 days, bringing the prince's account of the monstrous shape and the glowing lights. A hush fell over the Red Keep as the news spread. Many dismissed it as a freak storm or a twisted fishtail. But those close to the Targaryen court felt the tremors of dread. King Rhaegar read the letter twice, then convened his council, face grim. If our enemies in Essos have found a way to awaken ancient horrors, we must be ready. Send word to Dragonstone. Our knights must guard the eggs and hatchlings. Summon our allies. Let them see we do not stand idle. So the horn was sounded across the 7 kingdoms. Banners were called. The houses loyal to House Targaryen prepared themselves, uncertain of what foe they might face, be it mortal or monstrous. Dragons were readied, their riders practicing formation flights above the Blackwater Bay, though none had ever battled a sea beast. Tension coiled like a snake around Westeros, from the frozen north to the sun-scorched sands of Dorne. Whispers of war, or worse, spread through castle corridors and common taverns alike. Small folk prayed to the 7, to the old gods, to any deity that might shield them from an unknown terror. All the while, Corin and his coven in Pentos watched, waiting for the moment to strike. Their network of spies delivered encouraging news. The realm was in disarray, with fear seeping into its core. The next phase of their plan hinged on drawing out the Targaryen's dragons. They needed a confrontation that would break the crown's aura of invincibility, a battlefield that favored the enemy's cunning rather than the dragon's might. Each new rumor of monstrous sightings fed the flames of chaos, pushing the king to respond. If all went as Corin hoped, the Targaryens would commit their forces and their dragons where a trap could be sprung, culminating in the unthinkable, the downfall of House Targaryen and the Age of Dragons. But for now, the storm gathered, both literal and metaphorical. Prince Eman remained in White Harbor, forging a plan to probe the seas further, determined not to let fear paralyze him. King Rhaegar stood at the helm in King's Landing, rallying men and resources, his mind churning with questions about these ancient threats. And in the crypts of Dragonstone, watchers guarded the dragon hatcheries day and night, mindful of the sabotage that had already happened. The realm braced itself as tensions rose, and high above in the swirling skies, dragons roared, the thunder of their voices echoing the stirring dread in the hearts of men. Days lengthened into weeks, each one bringing fresh rumors and sporadic horrors. A boat found adrift, crew missing, a flicker of ghostly lights offshore near the Fingers. A caravan attacked by unknown assailants who left behind torn metal as though rent by monstrous strength. The tapestry of strangeness widened, weaving a sense of impending doom. Lords who once sparred over petty border disputes sent urgent pleas to King's Landing for aid and guidance. The Iron Throne's might was tested not by a single open rebellion, but by a creeping dread that seeped into every corner of the land. Still, the dragons soared overhead. At dusk or dawn, their silhouettes cut the sky, reminding all of the Targaryens' power. The realm had survived countless trials under their wing, rebellions, invasions, the threat of the others from beyond the wall. Could it survive this new threat as well? In the hearts of many, a fervent hope mingled with gnawing fear that the roar of dragons would once again serve as the kingdom's shield and not the spark of its downfall. Far to the north, on a rocky headland overlooking the restless sea, Prince Eman stood with several local lords and captains gazing out at the churning waves. They planned an expedition, perhaps a foolhardy one, to track down whatever lurked beneath the surface. A small fleet of sturdy vessels awaited them in the harbor, reinforced with iron plating. Vermithor perched on a cliff above, a living symbol of Targaryen might. Fires flickered in portable braziers and men gathered in tense knots, whispering prayers. Eman swallowed his own apprehension. Duty demanded he face this terror, and he would not shrink from it. He thought of his brother, the king, the weight of the crown, and the centuries of Targaryen tradition. He thought of the small folk living in fear. He thought of the unknown enemy, possibly linked to a cunning plot hatched across the narrow sea. And he thought of the dragons, how they had been the beginning of Targaryen power and might yet be its end if they failed in this crisis. "Mount up, my prince," one of his companions asked, eyeing Vermithor warily. Eman nodded, determination sparking in his violet eyes. "Yes. Let us see if these waters hold a monster that even dragonfire cannot quell. The realm will know that House Targaryen does not stand idle before any foe." Wind whipped through his hair as he ascended the cliff path to where Vermithor waited. The dragon shifted, smoke curling from its nostrils, the golden-red scales glinting in the evening sun. Eman climbed onto the saddle, fastening the straps with practiced efficiency. With a mighty heave, Vermithor leaped skyward, wings beating in thunderous cadence. Men below cheered or cowered, hearts stirring with a mixture of awe and dread. High in the sky, the prince guided his mount over the waiting ships which set sail from White Harbor's protective walls. A bright horn blast resounded, and the small fleet spread out in a wedge formation heading into deeper waters. The plan was simple: lure the creature, if it existed, into revealing itself, with Vermithor circling overhead ready to strike. It was a desperate plan, made in the hope that open confrontation was better than letting the terror pick off victims one by one. As the sunlight faded and the horizon turned blood orange, the watchers on deck glimpsed fleeting shapes beneath the waves. They braced, hearts hammering in their chests. Eman circled lower, scanning the surface with a keen eye. Hours passed with nothing but the rolling sea and the cry of gulls. But as night fell, a hush descended, a prelude to something sinister. The glow appeared again, strange lights dancing under the surface. The men on the ships tensed, weapons at the ready. A cold wind swept across the water. Then, from the depths, an unearthly roar shattered the quiet. Water churned, and something massive surged up, revealing scales or flesh glistening in the moonlight. The men shouted in alarm. Eman urged Vermithor forward. Fire burst from the dragon's throat, illuminating the scene in a flare of orange. The flames struck the surface of the water, sending up clouds of steam. For an instant, the monstrous form was visible, pale, serpentine, with elongated jaws lined in something that gleamed like teeth. Its hide sizzled as the dragonfire grazed it. A shriek like tortured metal rang out. The beast sank again, thrashing as it dove. Waves struck the ships, throwing men off balance. A second shape rose, then a third. The watchers realized with dawning horror that there wasn't just one creature. Lights flickered from below as though a macabre underwater army approached. Vermithor let out a furious roar, diving closer, unleashing more fire. One of the creatures reared up, jaws snapping, sending a shower of water into the air. The two forces collided, dragonfire and watery beast, locked in a chaotic dance of steam, flame, and roiling waves. Men on deck hurled spears, crossbow bolts, anything they could muster. But some sank to their knees, terrified by the sight. One ship was struck by a massive tail, splintering its hull. Screams tore the night as the vessel listed, water rushing in. Eman's heart thundered. He lashed Vermithor around, trying to keep the creatures at bay with torrents of fire. Steam hissed, clouding his vision. Another shape lunged upward, nearly clipping Vermithor's wing with a snapping maw. The dragon roared in pain, a gash opening along its flank, and lurched sideways. Eman clung to the saddle, reeling from the shock. The fight raged on, each passing moment seeming like an eternity. The sea boiled under dragonfire, but the monstrous shapes kept surging. Eman fought a rising panic. Were they truly outmatched? Could these aquatic horrors simply endure the flames? He saw one creature spasm under direct fire, then sink, trailing gore. Another reeled from a spear to the eye, yet still more advanced, drawn by some unknown summons. The small fleet was out of formation, drifting dangerously close to each other. Shouts rang out to withdraw. But retreat was easier said than done, with the sea a maelstrom of death. Summoning every ounce of courage, Eman steadied Vermithor. "Dracarys," he roared. The dragon responded with an inferno that lit the night, scorching the nearest beast. It screeched, thrashing violently, then collapsed into the waves. Hope flickered. Perhaps the beasts were killable after all. But the cost was high. Another ship vanished, swallowed by the swirling water. Bodies floated in the foam. Finally, as the moon climbed higher, the beasts began to withdraw, sinking back into the deep. Perhaps they had suffered enough casualties, or their frenzy had been sated. The survivors seized the chance to rally the remaining ships, rescue who they could, and limp back to port. Vermithor flew overhead, bleeding but still potent, standing guard until the threat receded entirely. When they reached White Harbor at dawn, few among the battered expedition felt victorious. They had confronted the monsters and proved they could be fought, but the cost in lives and ships was terrible. Prince Eman himself was wounded, cuts from flying debris and the jostling of the dragon's evasive maneuvers. Vermithor's flanks dripped with blood. The White Harbor populace looked on in horror at the battered fleet and the exhausted men disembarking. Rumors of the monstrous sea beasts, multiplied by fear, spread through the city faster than wildfire. That same day, the ravens flew south with the grim account. Word raced through the realm. The Targaryen prince had fought horrors from the deep and barely survived. Whispers grew that the famed dragons might not be enough. If these things could resist or endure dragonfire, what hope did men have? The seeds of doubt were sown. In King's Landing, when Rhaegar read his brother's report, he felt an icy dread lodge in his chest. War with rebellious lords was one matter. War with unnatural terrors and cunning sorcerers who lurked across the narrow sea was quite another. Back in Pentos, Corin received confirmation of the chaos through his spies. He smiled thinly, satisfied that the Targaryens now knew fear. His dark rituals and alliances with unknown powers of the deep had begun to bear fruit. Soon, the time would come to strike directly, to unleash the culminating blow that would break House Targaryen's rule. For in the face of horrors men could scarcely comprehend, even the mightiest monarchy might crumble. Yet in his private moments, Corin felt a sliver of unease. The magic he invoked was old and unpredictable. The monstrous things from the sea answered to a primeval call not entirely under his command. He felt them stirring beyond his controlling grasp, as if straining to break free of mortal influence. But he pressed on, consumed by his vendetta against the dragons. His ambition burned brighter than caution. And so the stage was set for a confrontation that would shake the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms. Dragons still soared in the skies, proud, defiant, and lethal. But in the watery depths and in the hidden corners of the world, forces were massing, testing the limits of that draconic dominion. As the realm held its breath, men of power and men of faith, knights and small folk alike, turned their eyes to the horizon. The question loomed in every heart: if dragons had never gone extinct, had the realm grown complacent, believing them invincible? Would these new terrors prove otherwise? In a land ruled by fire and blood, a new darkness rose from beneath the waves, and the final clash between them might determine the fate of Westeros itself. Such was the shifting tapestry of that fateful hour, a realm threatened by nightmares beyond mortal ken, pinned on the hopes that House Targaryen and their undiminished line of dragons could stand firm against this unprecedented foe. Yet for all their might, for all the centuries of triumph that came before, doubt now coiled in every whispered rumor. What if these terrors were only the harbingers of something worse? What if dragons were but one side of a primordial balance and the other side had finally come to claim its due? In a lonely tower along the coast, a sleepless prince stood watch. The memory of monstrous forms burned into his mind. In the Red Keep, a king wrestled with the duty to protect his people from threats both seen and unseen. Across the narrow sea, a dark conjurer whispered incantations to an egg that pulsed like a living heart, waiting to be born in flame or shadow. All the while, in the storm-racked darkness, dragons roared to the heavens, their voices echoing with the timeless vow of House Targaryen, fire and blood. Yet the sea's deep voice answered, ancient and unfathomable, carrying its own promise, that every dominion, no matter how strong, could be tested, and every empire, no matter how bright its flame, risked being drowned. The dawn that broke over White Harbor after the ferocious engagement at sea arrived grim and subdued, as if the very sky shared in the horror of what had transpired. News of Prince Eman's encounter with the sea monstrosities spread like wildfire through the city. Street corner criers spoke of pale serpentine forms rising from the depths, of dragonfire sputtering against slick, unnatural hides, and of valiant men dragged under, never to surface. The wounded who had survived the battle were carried ashore and laid in makeshift infirmaries inside the castle and surrounding septs. The mood was one of hushed terror and raw exhaustion, and many whispered prayers to the Seven or to the old gods for deliverance. Eman himself spent most of that day recovering in a large guest chamber within the Manderly's keep. His injuries were painful but not life-threatening: bruised ribs, a deep cut along his shoulder that had nearly taken him out of the saddle, and various scrapes from the harrowing flight. Vermithor was also being tended to, his lacerated flank cleaned and smeared with a pungent salve that stung viciously. The great dragon bore the attention with low, rumbling growls that kept stable-hands and maesters alike on edge. Yet in his eyes there lingered a wounded pride, as though he, too, wrestled with the shock of having met a foe that neither fled nor perished easily under his flames. Lord Wylus Manderly, clearly shaken by the scale of the battle, gathered his knights and captains to strategize in his solar. When Eman felt strong enough to walk, he joined them, though pain flared each time he moved his left arm. Word had arrived that King Rhaegar was dispatching additional forces, both men-at-arms and a few more dragon riders of lesser lineage, though Targaryen by blood, with smaller dragons not yet as colossal as Vermithor. Whether these reinforcements would tip the scales against such an otherworldly threat remained to be seen. Within the solar, tapestries depicting oceanic scenes, a proud merman king, ships on cresting waves, seemed to mock the current dread. Lord Wylus paced, his posture stiff, dark circles under his eyes betraying sleepless nights. Around him stood several northern lords, lesser Manderly cousins, and a handful of knights who had survived the encounter. Eman took a seat near the hearth, resting his hand gingerly on his bandaged ribs. "We must be practical," Lord Wylus said, voice tight with urgency. "We cannot afford another confrontation at sea without support. Half of our ships are damaged or sunk, and the morale of our sailors is shaken. The men are courageous, but we face beasts that do not fight as normal creatures do." A gray-bearded knight named Ser Tobold Reed cleared his throat. "Lord, the beasts can bleed, and we saw at least one vanish in a cloud of gore. They're not entirely impervious. But to kill them demands either a direct dragonfire assault at close range or a well-placed blow with spears or scorpions. Neither is easy in a churning sea during a storm." Eman listened, jaw clenched. He recalled the shrieking chaos of the previous night. "We must find a way to draw them out more decisively or locate their lairs. If they're not mere beasts but something summoned by dark arts, the root of the threat may lie elsewhere." At that, the gathered men exchanged uneasy glances. Sorcery was not a common topic in Westeros, even under Targaryen rule. But the nature of these sea horrors defied rational explanation. Murmurs of unnatural conjurations drifted among the ranks, something unholy that rose from the sea's depths at the call of forbidden magic. The winds blowing out of the east, from beyond the narrow sea, carried rumors of dark dealings in Pentos or Lys. Lord Wyllis turned to Eman. "Your Grace, pardon me, Your Highness, do you believe the king's new orders might be to dispatch more dragons here, or perhaps to recall you to King's Landing? We have your letter confirming support is coming, but do we know the king's intention for how to proceed?" Eman shrugged, wincing at the pain. "My brother and I see the same urgency. He will not permit White Harbor to stand alone against this threat. As for next steps, that depends on how swiftly reinforcements arrive and how quickly we can gather intelligence from the sea or from any new sightings." He paused, scanning the faces of the northern men. "We must maintain vigilance. Patrol your coasts, set watchers at night, and keep horns or bells ready to raise the alarm at the first hint of these monsters. We cannot let them creep up on us unawares." Though the men nodded in agreement, the tension did not ease. The memory of the monstrous forms thrashing in the moonlit waves and the raw stench of scorched brine lingered like a collective nightmare. Even talk of additional dragons brought mixed relief and apprehension, for no one knew if more flights of flame in the skies would provoke an even fiercer response from whatever lay beneath the sea. As the day wore on, Eman penned yet another raven-bound letter to King Rhaegar, providing a detailed account of the fight. He spared no detail of the beast that had lunged at Vermithor or the others glimpsed in the gloom. He stressed that while dragonfire was effective at close range, the sea itself hindered the flames and the creatures proved disturbingly resilient when submerged. He also requested permission to take the fight beyond White Harbor, perhaps launching a search of the eastern coasts of the Vale and the Neck to see if the beasts were migrating or forming a chain of attacks. Once the letter was dispatched, he allowed himself a few hours' rest, drifting into a restless sleep haunted by visions of pale coils slithering beneath black water. Meanwhile, far away in King's Landing, King Rhaegar's court seethed with anticipation and anxiety. The Targaryen banners, red dragon on black, flew solemnly at half-mast in the aftermath of so many lost at sea in the north. The small folk in the capital whispered that a new doom might be upon them, reminiscent of the legends from the age of Valyria. Some dreaded the possibility that the monsters could come south, rising in Blackwater Bay. Others clung to the comforting sight of dragons still roosting in the royal pens and perching on high towers, shining in the sunlight like living bastions of Targaryen might. In the Red Keep's throne room, its windows tinted with the late afternoon sun, Rhaegar sat upon the Iron Throne, hearing urgent petitions from lords and emissaries who had journeyed from across the realm. The battered remnants of the royal court's composure were tested anew each day. Lord Edmure Tully arrived to confirm that ships on the Trident had not seen any outlandish creatures, yet caravans from Essos hinted that something dire was brewing abroad. A Lannister messenger stated that the Westerland's coasts were quiet, albeit guarded by a vigilant fleet. The Master of Ships, Orain Valerion, reported that the Royal Navy patrolled the Gullet and the waters around Dragonstone. So far, no infiltration or monstrous sightings had occurred there, but the sabotage of the eggs in the hatchery still weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Rhaegar's knights flanked him, the King's Guard in their pristine white cloaks, swords at their hips. Grand Maester Arwell hovered to one side of the throne, scroll in hand, prepared to update the king on any fresh messages. Lord Commander Willem Serret stood quietly, watchful as ever, his eyes flicking across the supplicants. Though Rhaegar displayed a calm composure, inwardly his thoughts churned. He trusted Eamon's courage and skill, yet the letter describing those horrors was deeply troubling. Valyrian steel and dragonfire had always been enough until now. Each day that passed without a decisive triumph deepened the cracks of doubt in the realm's confidence. When the session of court concluded, Rhaegar withdrew to his private solar, taking only Grand Maester Arwell with him. As the heavy door closed, blocking out the bustle of courtiers, Rhaegar removed his crown and set it on a side table, rubbing his temples wearily. "Your Grace," Arwell said, his voice gentle. "You've hardly slept. We need you strong. These matters can wait an hour or two." "No," Rhaegar murmured, pacing. "They cannot. I keep feeling as though each day wasted allows these creatures, or whoever summons them, to gain more ground. The realm is fearful enough. If we cannot prove House Targaryen can protect them, what happens then? Each rebellious lord with half a mind for power will see an opportunity." Arwell inclined his head, acknowledging the concern. "Have we any fresh news from Essos about these rumored conspiracies?" Larys Rivers, the Master of Whisperers, had sent encoded messages that morning. Rhaegar picked up a slip of parchment from the Solar's desk. "It seems certain Cells word companies, perhaps as many as 3, are consolidating in the disputed lands. Corin Hall of Pentos, who has been named in more than one rumor, is suspected to be funneling coin to these groups. The man is said to be obsessed with controlling dragons or else destroying them. Some call him a heretic of the Valyrian faith if such a twisted strain of that faith can even be recognized. Arwyl exhaled softly, his age-lined face grim. Magic is not a trifling matter in this world, your grace. We maesters may scoff at times, but we also record that the doom of Valyria was no mere cataclysm. It was fueled by powers men should never have meddled with. If someone seeks to reawaken or harness that destructive might, we could be standing on the brink of a new catastrophe. Rhaegar's expression hardened. He thought of the dragons that soared above King's Landing each morning, their roars echoing across the city. If these ancient beasts could be turned, or if new horrors challenged them, the very foundation of Targaryen rule would quiver. I will not let that happen, he said, voice quiet but firm. We will expose whatever plan is unfolding in Pentos and crush it. The question is how. Before Arwyl could respond, a timid knock at the door signaled the arrival of another messenger. Rhaegar permitted the man entry, a young courier who knelt, breathless, and presented a sealed scroll. The wax bore the imprint of Dragonstone's sigil. Rhaegar broke the seal and read the contents. He felt his stomach twist. Sabotage again, he muttered, half to himself. This time 2 hatchlings were found dead in the caverns. Signs of forced entry, but no guard saw anything. Our watchers suspect illusions or some cunning trick. A caretaker swears he glimpsed a figure robed in black vanish around a bend, then nothing, as if the shadow swallowed them. Arwyl's face drained of color. If such infiltration can occur on Dragonstone, it suggests an insider or a sorcerer employing illusions. Both possibilities are dire. Rhaegar set the scroll down with a trembling hand. Enough of this. Command the Crown's spy master to redouble efforts. No corner of Dragonstone remains unsearched. No vessel docks without full inspection. And I want the same vigilance in King's Landing. Summon the lesser Targaryen cousins to guard the hatcheries, those who have some bond with the dragons. If more hatchlings die, we risk irreparable damage to our future lineage. Without hesitation, Arwyl bowed and hurried to carry out the king's orders. Left alone in the solar, Rhaegar gazed out the arched window at the city. A single dragon glided overhead, its shadow crossing the rooftops. For a moment, he allowed himself to recall the old Targaryen prophecies, the ones that spoke of forging or uniting the realm against a great darkness. Dragons had always been the key, but now it seemed that darkness might come from the sea or from the twisted hearts of men. He wondered if the faith in prophecy had blinded his ancestors to the possibility that doom might arise in unexpected forms, requiring more than just the might of dragons. A sense of dread clung to him, as if the very air carried portents of chaos. Days later, storm clouds loomed over the narrow sea, the waters churned by fierce gusts. In Pentos, Corin Hall stood in a high tower of his estate, looking out over the city. Spices, smoke, and the brine of the harbor tinged the air. Through the tall, arched windows, he could see merchant ships at anchor, their sails furled, and beyond them, the faint gray line of the horizon where the storms brewed. He felt something pulsing in his veins, a mixture of excitement and fear. His efforts were bearing fruit. The monstrous sea creatures he had summoned, with the aid of arcane rituals, had engaged the Targaryens in the north, leaving destruction in their wake. Reports indicated the dragons had not broken them easily. All was proceeding as he had hoped, or nearly so. Yet Corin's reflection in the glass betrayed his tension. The birthmark on his cheek seemed more pronounced, and his eyes burned with a feverish gleam. In the hidden chamber below, the stolen dragon egg still lay on its pedestal. At times, he believed he heard it whisper to him, or felt it shift under his hand. But it had not hatched, and his attempts to fuse the sea's old magic with the dragon's primordial fire had reached a perilous standstill. Dark forces stirred around him. He could sense them like an undertow in deep water, and he knew that controlling such powers was akin to dancing on a knife's edge. He turned at the sound of footsteps. One of his acolytes, a lean man with a shaved head and black tattoos spiraling up his neck, bowed deeply. "Master, the Sellsword captains wish to speak with you. They grow impatient. They want clearer orders and greater payment. Some among them wonder if warring against the Targaryens is madness, dragons or no." "Fools," Corin hissed, though his lips curved in a humorless smile. "They will be paid. They need only hold position and bide their time until I give the signal. We wait for the dragons to overextend themselves, rushing to quell threats. If House Targaryen dispatches large forces abroad, King's Landing and Dragonstone may be left vulnerable. That is when we strike. The acolyte bowed. Yes, master. They will not wait forever, though. Some men question the wisdom of fighting powers that once laid low entire kingdoms. Corin waved a dismissive hand. They fear old tales, forgetting that times change. The Targaryens have grown complacent behind their dragons. They do not realize that the sea holds terrors older and stranger than any fire-breathing beast. My magic has already awakened a fraction of that power. There is more to come. The acolyte inclined his head again and retreated. Alone, Corin placed a hand on the window's ledge, letting his gaze drift over Pentos' skyline. He remembered the day he first heard tales of the Targaryens, how they had escaped the doom of Valyria and built a new empire in Westeros, forging kingship through dragonfire. How the line had endured, crushing rebellions and shaping history through their blood and flame. It was said the Targaryens were chosen by some cosmic design to remain the world's apex. Corin, however, believed in no such destiny. He believed that all power could be challenged if one found the right tools, if one dared to peer into the forbidden corners of the world. And so he had delved into ancient lore, forging alliances with dark spirits said to dwell beneath the ocean floor, discovering runes older than the freehold itself. Perhaps it would destroy him, but he would not be alone in destruction. House Targaryen would burn or drown alongside him. On Dragonstone, the mood was tense and guarded. The fortress of the Targaryens stood amidst churning seas and volcanic rock, a place long associated with the hatching of dragons. Its walls of black stone, carved into dragons and gargoyles, seemed to brood under the cloudy sky. Dozens of torches and braziers burned at all hours, patrolling guards carefully checking every nook and cranny, while Targaryen riders kept watch over the brood in hidden caverns. Dragonkeepers, sworn to the service of House Targaryen, wore thick gloves and leather aprons as they tended the hatchlings, ensuring their well-being was not further compromised. Ever since the sabotage incidents, the once tranquil routine of caring for the dragons had become a fraught ordeal of suspicion and vigilance. A tall, willowy woman with silver blonde hair and the unmistakable violet eyes of Valyrian descent strode through one of the torchlit corridors. She was Princess Rhaella Targaryen, named for a grandmother who had died decades earlier and a second cousin to King Rhaegar, sharing enough of the family's draconic blood to ride. Though not as prominent in court politics, she managed some of the breeding programs on Dragonstone, ensuring that the lineage of the dragons continued. Right now, her face was set in a tight frown. She had been awakened that morning by the news that 2 more eggs were found cracked, though fortunately not destroyed, near the nursery. She turned a corner to find half a dozen guards stationed outside the hatchery's stone door. Each man snapped to attention upon her approach. She signaled them to open the door. Inside, the cavern smelled of sulfur and warm scales. Basins of glowing coals kept the temperature high, replicating a draconic nest's natural heat. At the far end lay a cluster of large eggs, some in varying stages of readiness to hatch. 2 of them bore fine cracks that had not been there the night before. An older caretaker knelt beside them, carefully applying a mixture of heated sand and herbal poultices to keep the eggs stable. He looked up, worry etched on his wrinkled features. "My princess, I found them thus at dawn. Had I not checked, the cracks might have deepened, threatening the hatchlings inside. Something or someone must be tampering with the environment." Rhaella nodded, pressing her lips into a thin line as she crouched to examine the damage. The eggs were each roughly the size of a man's helmet, covered in swirling patterns of red and black. She laid a gentle hand on one, feeling the faint tremor of life within. "They can be saved, I believe, but I must know how the sabotage occurs. Our watchers stand guard around the clock. Who slips past them?" "Nobody we've seen," the caretaker said in a quavering voice. "Some of the men speak of illusions, dark magic. I know not. I've only found footprints that led nowhere, as if the culprit vanished into a wall." Rhaella rose, frustration burning in her violet eyes. "Post more guards, double the number if we must. I'll consult with the king about bringing a sorcerer of our own, someone adept in countering illusions. This infiltration ends now." The caretaker bowed. She turned to leave, but a faint shiver ran up her spine. The air in the chamber felt momentarily colder, despite the glowing coals and the heat radiating from the eggs. She glanced back, half expecting to see a shadow move. Nothing, but the sense of a lurking presence remained, as if something intangible observed them from the darkness. Rhaella squared her shoulders and pressed on, refusing to let fear root her. She was a Targaryen, and that name still stood for power in a world that seemingly teetered on the brink of chaos. High overhead, thunder rumbled across the skies of Dragonstone, mirroring the slow, thunderous steps of the realm toward a confrontation unlike any it had faced before. Prince Eman was not idle during these tumultuous days in the north. He and Lord Wireless Manderley organized a robust coastal watch, planting signal fires at intervals along the cliff edges. If any monstrous shape surfaced again, horns and fires would alert the city and call forth defenders. Among the watchers were volunteer archers and crossbowmen armed with bolts tipped in dragoglass, an experiment suggested by Eman himself, recalling how some legends credited dragoglass as a potent weapon against unnatural foes. Whether it would work on sea beasts conjured from dark sorcery was anyone's guess. In the city itself, tensions simmered. Some of the small folk began to whisper that the sea's wrath stemmed from the presence of dragons, that perhaps House Targaryen had roused old evils. A few agitators, possibly hired by external forces, fomented unrest, claiming that the crown's meddling in magic had drawn curses upon the realm. Fistfights broke out in taverns. Rumors flew that certain ships brought contraband from Essos, items used in vile rituals. The watch patrols worked overtime to quell disturbances. In hushed corners, words like revolt and uprising were whispered, though no open rebellion had yet broken out. Fear was a potent tinder, waiting for a single spark. Eman took pains to appear among the people, bandaged but unbowed, to reassure them that House Targaryen would stand firm. He visited the families of fishermen lost in the battle, offering financial assistance and compassion. He walked through the harbor with local leaders, listening to their concerns. Though fear still glimmered in their eyes, his presence, combined with the sight of Vermithor's hulking shape coiled on the outskirts, lent a measure of comfort. Dragons, for all their terror, also symbolized a protective force against nightmares from the unknown. One gray evening, as a chilling wind swept in from the sea, Eman found himself conferring with Ser Marlon Manderley, a cousin of Lord Wireless, on the parapets of White Harbor's outer walls. Below them, the waves crashed against the fortified harbor. Fires flickered on the watchtowers, casting dancing shadows on the battlements. "We've had 3 nights without an attack, my prince," Ser Marlon said. "Perhaps we drove the creatures off, or they bide their time. Either way, our men grow weary." Eman rested his forearms on the cold stone, gazing out at the twilight horizon. "I wish I could say the danger has passed, but I doubt it. If these beasts are summoned by a sorcerer, there's a strategy behind their appearances. They may merely be waiting for us to drop our guard." Ser Marlon nodded grimly. "We'll not do that. White Harbor stands ready, come what may." They lapsed into silence. Far overhead, a lone gull circled, cawing plaintively before vanishing in the gloom. Eman considered the precariousness of the entire realm. Monsters in the sea, dragons under threat of sabotage, conspiracies rumored across the narrow sea. With an effort, he shook off despair. Targaryens did not yield to fear. In that moment, he remembered a line from the old texts, that dragons were born of fire and forged in adversity. Perhaps they would be tested to the brink, but they would emerge triumphant, if they stood united and did not allow cunning foes to divide them. On the following day, reinforcements finally arrived, to the thunderous cheers of White Harbor's defenders. A trio of dragons soared in, smaller than Vermithor but still formidable, each carrying a Targaryen-blooded rider. Their arrival caused such a spectacle that hundreds of townsfolk crowded the streets and walls to witness the flight. The reinforcements included men-at-arms from the Crownlands, led by a seasoned knight named Ser Brynden Massey, and a contingent of Valerian Marines equipped for naval warfare. Swiftly, they integrated into the city's defenses, patrolling the waters and manning the watchtowers. Prince Eman, with the newly arrived riders, flew along the coastal waters, scouring them from the air. The smaller dragons darted across the sky with agility, scanning the waves for signs of the monstrous shapes. Eman felt some relief to have allies in the skies. An entire flight of dragons would be more capable of overwhelming the beasts if they appeared again. But deep down, he suspected the real cause lay not with the creatures themselves, but with those who summoned them. He longed to cross the narrow sea and confront the root of this malignancy. Yet leaving White Harbor now at such a vulnerable moment risked handing a victory to the enemy. So he bided his time, watching, waiting, methodically fortifying the north. A night passed. In that time, no further attacks came. A cautious optimism seeped through the city. The fishermen began venturing out in daylight again, though always in groups, armed with crossbows. Some said prayers before each voyage. Others kept an eye on the horizon, fingers trembling around spear shafts. But they returned with fish, and gradually the markets revived. Eman's new allies busied themselves with building scorpions on the harbor walls, great torsion-powered weapons that could fire heavy bolts capable of piercing even a kraken's hide. At least, that was the hope. Rumors of new sightings persisted from smaller villages to the east, but none were confirmed. During that lull, Eman received a raven from King Rhaegar containing updates on the situation at Dragonstone and the infiltration that still plagued the hatcheries. The letter was terse, betraying the king's frustration. In a personal note, Rhaegar admitted he feared that no matter how many guards they placed, the saboteurs eluded them through magical means. Rhaegar also revealed that a few suspicious ships docked in the Stepstones had vanished, believed to be part of the Sellsword fleets massing near Lys. The tension between focusing on the monstrous threat in the north and dealing with the conspirators in Essos had the realm stretched thin. Eman wrote back, urging his brother to consider an expedition across the narrow sea to sniff out Corin Hall's operation directly. But he tempered that suggestion with the caution that Westeros could not be left undefended. Each day that passed without open conflict built the sense of an impending storm, a hush before thunder that might shatter the sky. While the Targaryen princes wrestled with decisions that might shape the fate of the Seven Kingdoms, Corin Hall moved his pieces across the board in Pentos. He dispatched coded missives to the captains of the Sorrowhawks and the Crimson Blades, commanding them to prepare for imminent deployment. Word came that the crown was fortifying, sending more dragon riders north. To Corin, this was an opportunity. The Targaryen king was dividing his strength, unable to commit all dragons to one place. Corin's allies in Lys had secured certain relics rumored to be from the ancient Valyrian archives. These relics, the Lyseni said, might further weaken a dragon's bond to its rider, or so the legends claimed. Corin was not certain if it would work, but desperation was the mother of all gambles. He stood at the threshold of his hidden lair beneath the estate, torchlight revealing walls chalked with eldritch symbols that snaked over the stone in twisting, labyrinthine patterns. At the center of the chamber, the stolen dragon egg lay on a pedestal, shards of shimmering crystal arranged around it in a pattern meant to focus arcane energies. Corin held a small knife of obsidian, dragoglass, its edge honed to a lethal sharpness. He had studied the old texts describing Valyrian blood magic, how the sorcerer's own lifeblood might fuel the bridging of magic between fire and water, forging a link that should never exist in nature. If successful, it could call forth greater horrors or even twist a dragon's mind. If it failed, the resulting feedback might tear body and soul asunder. Torch flames wavered as he raised the knife, chanting in a guttural language that few living men could decipher. Shadows writhed on the walls, and an unnatural chill settled in the air, contrasting sharply with the flaming torches. Beads of sweat rolled down Corin's temples despite the cold. He drew the blade across his palm with a hiss, letting blood drip onto the cracked floor. Red droplets sizzled when they hit the stone as though it were heated from within. A tremor ran through the chamber. The egg vibrated, a faint hum emanating from within its shell. Corin gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his will into the incantation, aware that the forces he courted could devour him if he faltered. Images flashed through his mind, dragons in flight, pillars of salt from the sea, and endless darkness swirling under the waves. He saw a vision of a dragon's eye clouded by blackness, a monstrous shape contorting among scaled wings. Whether these were glimpses of the future or mere hallucinations, he could not tell. The energies converged for a moment, rattling the entire chamber. Then, just as quickly, they dispersed like a gust of wind. The egg settled, silent again, the lines of crimson across its shell flickering once before going dark. Corin sank to his knees, breathing hard. The knife clattered to the floor. A single splash of blood remained on the egg, trailing along the scales like a wound that refused to seep in. He forced himself to stand, grimacing as pain shot through his hand. He bound the cut, stifling curses under his breath. The attempt had not yielded an immediate breakthrough, but a residue of power lingered in the air. Perhaps, over time, repeated efforts would yield results. For now, he had to proceed with the more direct plan: lure the Targaryens into a trap, ensure their dragons were pinned, and unleash the horrors he had already awakened. If that also weakened the bond between dragon and rider, so much the better. He would reign triumphant over the ashes and ruin of House Targaryen's legacy, or he would die trying, consumed by the very powers he had set loose. While Corin advanced his schemes, King Rhaegar made a decisive move. The time for half measures was over, and the letters exchanged with Eman had crystallized his resolve. He sent ravens to the great lords of Westeros, summoning them to a grand council in King's Landing. Not all would attend personally, some would send emissaries, but the message was clear: the realm faced a danger transcending petty rivalries. Loyalty and unity were required. Rhaegar's invitation emphasized the threat of strange beasts in the north and sabotage against the crown, linking both to rumored foreign sorcery. It was an appeal to self-preservation as much as loyalty. Even the proudest lords could see that a threat capable of confronting dragons was no trivial matter. They came over the course of 2 weeks, envoys from the Reach, from the Westerlands, from the Vale, from the North, from Dorne, from the Stormlands. Some houses sent their own heirs or younger sons. Others came in person, like Lord Paxter Redwine of the Arbor, who commanded a formidable fleet, or Lady Asha Greyjoy, some called her Reaver in her own right, representing the Iron Islands, suspicious of everything. A swirl of sigils and banners crowded the streets of King's Landing: the Golden Lion of Lannister, the Rose of Tyrell, the Falcon of Arryn, the Trout of Tully, the Sun and Spear of Martell, the Crown Stag of Baratheon. The city teemed with color, exotic fashions, and tension. Rumors blossomed in the air like pungent flowers. Some said the council was a prelude to war with Essos, others whispered that the king had gone mad like his father, though all evidence pointed to Rhaegar's composure. In the Red Keep's great hall, the Iron Throne awaited. Rhaegar stood at its foot, not seated upon it, to greet the arriving lords and ladies. He believed that an informal stance might foster unity better than the intimidating spectacle of a monarch perched on those sharp, fused swords. He wore only a simple circlet, though his silver hair marked him as Targaryen as clearly as any crown could. The arrival of the aristocracy was a spectacle in itself: Lord Tyrell in rich green silks, the Lannister envoy wearing gold filigree, the Martell retinue draped in flowing orange and crimson. Yet behind the finery lay a shared apprehension. Once assembled, the lords and ladies bowed or inclined their heads. Rhaegar spoke, his voice carrying clearly in the hushed hall. "My friends and loyal subjects, I have summoned you here not to demand tribute or to punish dissent, but to address a threat that imperils us all. You have heard tales of monstrous beings in the northern seas, of sabotage and black sorcery aimed at our dragons. I confirm that these are no mere fables. Prince Eman battles horrors unlike any we have seen, and I have evidence that foreign agents conspire to bring chaos to our shores." Murmurs spread through the crowd. Some lords, especially from the Stormlands and Dorne, frowned, recalling old conflicts with Targaryens. But even they seemed troubled by the king's news. Rhaegar continued, "I ask you to set aside old grudges and unite as a realm. Should the north fall, these monstrosities may spread to other waters. Should our dragons be subverted or destroyed, we lose our greatest defense. Let us stand together and confront this menace, whether it comes from foreign Sellsword armies or from the sea's depths." He gestured to a side of the hall where maesters rolled out a large map of Westeros pinned at the corners with polished stones. Markings indicated sightings of suspicious activity, circles for missing ships, crosses for sabotage incidents, and arcs in the north for the battles with the sea beasts. The lords pressed closer, examining the distribution of threats. Lord Selwyn Tarth, from the Stormlands, quietly observed that the stepstones also had odd signals, potentially pirate or mercenary gatherings. Lady Asha Greyjoy grunted that she had heard rumors of fish demons, though she clearly doubted such a thing until she saw it herself. The Vale envoys, standing near Lord Nestor Royce, exchanged worried looks, pointing at a cluster of sightings near the fingers. One by one, they spoke, some questioning, some offering men or ships, others expressing skepticism. Yet the mood gradually shifted. For all their differences, the lords recognized that the Targaryen monarchy had the dragons, and for centuries that arrangement had kept the realm comparatively stable. If House Targaryen fell, they might face a chaos in which each major house strove for supremacy, a war that might render Westeros vulnerable to worse than mere human conflict. When the immediate discussion ended, Rhaegar addressed them again. "We must also be wary of infiltration. Agents of these conspirators may lurk anywhere. I have posted extra guards at Dragonstone and at my own hatcheries here in the city. I implore each of you to secure your ports, question suspicious foreigners, and coordinate with the Crown's men. My vision is for a unified defense, a realm that stands shoulder to shoulder in the face of an unnatural threat. Only then can we hope to preserve the peace." Most of the lords signaled their agreement, though some did so with visible reluctance. The threat might be real, but old resentments died hard. Still, for the moment, a fragile unity held. They would coordinate fleets, share intelligence, and remain alert for any sign of sabotage. Rhaegar dismissed the assembly, letting them disperse into smaller gatherings to discuss specifics. The king, for his part, felt a weight on his shoulders lighten slightly. He had taken a step toward rallying the realm. It was not a guarantee of success, but it was far better than leaving each region to fend for itself. That night, in the torchlit corridors of the Red Keep, fleeting shapes flickered. Guards patrolled with torches, peering into every alcove. Once, a guardsman swore he saw a man robed in black turn a corner, but upon reaching the spot, found no one. Such sightings had grown more frequent. Some said it was just paranoia. Others muttered that the saboteur on Dragonstone had found a way to enter the very heart of King's Landing. Neither Rieger nor his advisors dismissed such rumors as nonsense. They reinforced patrols, especially near the dragon roosts, determined not to let any ill omen go unchecked. At the same hour, Prince Eman stood on a balcony in White Harbor, leaning heavily on a carved stone railing. The air was still, the sea calm under a sliver of moonlight, a rare lull in the coastal winds. Vermithor dozed on a rocky outcrop below, his slow, rumbling breaths carrying across the night. The calm should have soothed Eman, but unease gnawed at him. The lull felt too deliberate, as if orchestrated by an adversary cunning enough to wait for the perfect moment to strike again. He gazed eastward across the sea that separated Westeros from Essos. Perhaps in some tower of Pentos, Corin Hall was already weaving spells for a final assault. Eman clenched his fists. Only one thing seemed certain: the next confrontation would shape the destiny of the Targaryen line and of all Westeros. The question was whether they still held the strength and unity to triumph, and whether dragons, undiminished for centuries, remained the rightful guardians of the realm or had become complacent with their ancient power. A silence so profound that it pressed on the ears lingered in the darkness, and Eman felt the cold stone beneath his fingertips as though it were the edge of a precipice. He closed his eyes, breathing in the salt-laced air, and prepared himself for the storm he knew must come. When at last the storm came, it arrived in multiple places at once, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand. Word reached King's Landing that an army of Sellswords had landed on the eastern coast of Dorne, near the Broken Arm, bypassing the stepstones where the Royal Navy might have caught them. Flying the banners of the Crimson Blades and the Sorrowhawks, they marched inland, pillaging small hamlets and scattering local defenses. The Dornish lords, outraged, mobilized under Prince Kyle Martell. Dragons from the capital, 2 mid-sized beasts with their Targaryen riders, took flight to assist. But no sooner had they departed than new reports flooded in of more vessels menacing the narrow sea near Massey's Hook. That forced the Crown to dispatch part of the royal fleet. Chaos had begun, with the enemy striking at multiple weak points simultaneously. In the north, watchers along the coast lit signal fires before dawn, their flames piercing the pre-dawn gloom. Prince Eman woke to the tolling of alarm bells. The monstrous shapes had returned, this time near the Bight, north of White Harbor, menacing a fishing fleet. A short while later, scouts reported a second appearance, dangerously close to the harbor itself. It seemed the horrors had multiplied or were attacking in coordinated fashion. The city guard scrambled, half-dressed men grabbing spears and crossbows, surging onto the walls. Eman clambered onto Vermithor, ignoring the pain from his still-healing wounds. The smaller dragons and their riders also took to the air, wings drumming the wind in unison. The first clash occurred near a line of rocky shoals outside White Harbor. A cluster of fishing boats had been beset by pale shapes that churned the water into froth. Dragon flame burst across the waves as Eman and his fellow riders swooped down, setting the sea aglow. For an instant, he saw tentacles or spines, black eyes gleaming with malevolence. One monstrous form whipped its tail around, striking a boat in half. Another rose up, letting out a guttural wail that sounded half like a drowning man, half like a screeching whale. Vermithor unleashed a torrent of fire that bathed the creature's head in flames. It screamed, slapping the water, steam spiraling upward. The smaller dragons joined in, harrying from different angles. For a moment, it seemed they might rout the creatures as they had before. But the beasts displayed a new ferocity. One of the smaller dragons, a green-scaled male named Sunfire, not the ancient Sunfire of old, but a namesake, dove too close. A monstrous serpent lunged, jaws snapping shut around a wing. The dragon shrieked, wrenching away, but lost flight and crashed into the water. A wave swallowed it, rider and all. Horror lanced Eman's heart as he circled, searching for survivors. A single, Tattered wing broke the surface before vanishing beneath the foam, leaving no trace. Dracarys! Eman roared again, fury lending him vigor. Vermithor bellowed, blasting flames so intense it turned the sea's surface to boiling water. The creature that had slain Sunfire thrashed wildly, then went still, blood and char rising in sickening plumes. But two more replaced it, circling with savage cunning. From above, the other riders flanked them, crossbow bolts streaking down. One bolt, tipped with dragaglass, struck home in a beast's eye, eliciting a terrifying roar as it sank. The second reeled under a rain of fire, then dove out of reach, disappearing into the depths. Meanwhile, watchers on White Harbor's walls shouted that more creatures approached from the south, apparently trying to encircle the city. The monster's cunning was unmistakable, whether guided by Corin's magic or some primal intelligence. They attacked in waves, forcing the defenders to scramble and split their forces. Eman sent 2 dragons and a wing of crossbowmen to the southern approach, while he and Vermithor continued hammering the northern assault. The battle continued for what felt like hours, a relentless onslaught of flame, claws, and watery thrashing. Ships burned and the sky filled with ash-laden smoke. By mid-morning, the sea reeked of burnt flesh and brine. Bodies, men, creatures, and even a small dragon floated amidst the wreckage. At last, the beasts withdrew, leaving the defenders exhausted and reeling. White Harbor had not fallen, but it had paid a steep price. The Watchers estimated at least 5 or 6 of the abominations were slain, but the cost included a dead dragon, multiple ships lost, and untold casualties among sailors and soldiers. Eman, chest heaving, guided Vermithor to land near the battered harbor quays. Men rushed to help the wounded. Corpses were lined up in a grim row on the cobblestones. Smoke hung over the city like a funeral shroud. Though victorious in the immediate sense, the defenders grasped that they had survived only the first salvo of a greater war. The pattern repeated itself throughout Westeros. Near the mouth of the Mander, in the Reach, small folk whispered of shapes glimpsed upriver at night, though no direct attack came. Off the coast of the Vale, a merchant cog disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a single half-sunken plank with deep gouge marks. In Dorne, the Sellsword armies pushed inland, clashing with Dornish spearmen in bloody skirmishes, while Targaryen dragons provided air support, scorching entire companies who ventured too far into open ground. But the Sellswords spread out, raiding villages and employing scorched earth tactics, forcing the dragons to chase them across the desert. Rumors circulated that these companies carried special weaponry from Essos, dragon-hunting harpoons, or toxins derived from wyvern venom. Whether they truly threatened the dragons or simply threatened the small folk, the effect was the same, dividing and straining the crown's forces. In King's Landing, Rhaegar held a feverish series of war councils. The Red Keep became a maze of couriers rushing in and out, bearing dispatches that told of battles, sabotage attempts, sightings of monstrous shapes at sea. The lords who had gathered for the Grand Council now found themselves part of an impromptu war council, each region clamoring for aid. The king delegated commands as best he could. Valyrian ships to Dorne to disrupt the Sellsword supply lines, royal garrisons to reinforce the Vale's coasts, more watchtowers built along the crownlands. But the sense of being besieged on all sides mounted with each new report. Through all this, Corin Hall steered events from afar. He watched the Targaryens scramble, sending their dragons hither and thither, dividing their once unified might. He savored each rumor of a lost hatchling or a dragon struck down in battle. His Sellsword allies were not winning a conventional war, nor were his summoned sea horrors conquering entire cities. But that was not the true goal. The real objective was to sow chaos, weaken House Targaryen's hold, and pave the way for a decisive blow. His arcane experiments continued. Sometimes, at night, the stolen egg in his lair glowed with a sullen light, as if answering a distant call. From the battered ramparts of White Harbor, Prince Eman surveyed the horizon, scanning for any renewed sign of the creatures. His hair was clumped with sweat and grime, his riding leather stiff with salt and blood. Exhaustion pressed on him, but his eyes burned with determination. He had lost friends, including the rider of Sunfire, to these horrors. And for what purpose? Some shadowy figure's vendetta against the Targaryens, or a lust for power that defied mortal comprehension. Eman vowed silently that he would not relent until the threat was ended. Dragons had protected House Targaryen for centuries. They would do so again, no matter the cost. By late afternoon, the sea was calm once more, reflecting a sky washed clean by midday rains. The lull allowed White Harbor's defenders to bring in the wounded and make hasty repairs. Cremations were arranged for the dead, with a solemn ceremony planned at dusk. The North was known for burying its own, but the ride circumstances called for swift measures. The bodies of the monstrous beasts that could be retrieved were piled outside the city gates. Their appearance stunned onlookers, hybrid abominations of serpent, fish, and something else. Some had ridges reminiscent of draconic scales, though paler and slick as if corrupted by watery domain. One had a cluster of luminous orbs that might have functioned as a lure in the deep. Another had vestigial limbs with webbed claws. The stench from the pile was revolting, prompting men to gag behind gloved hands. Maesters examined the carcasses with morbid fascination, hoping to glean weaknesses or insights. One found strange markings carved into the beast's hides, almost like glyphs. Another discovered a thick cartilage that resisted normal blades, requiring heavier or sharper implements to cut through. They meticulously recorded their findings, though many suspected that any real solution lay in the realm of magic. A realm Westeros had never comfortably embraced. Evening arrived with an orange glow across the sky. Torchlight flickered on the city walls and the pyres were lit for the fallen. Prince Eman stood beside Lord Wireless Manderly, silent as the flames rose, crackling around the wooden biers. Priests offered prayers to the Seven and to the old gods, acknowledging the northern mixture of faiths. Smoke rose to the heavens. Some among the crowd wept openly. Others stared at the flames with hollow eyes, their grief too profound for tears. Eman swallowed hard, each flicker of fire reminding him of his own bond to the dragons and how even that mighty heritage did not guarantee victory. Late that night, Eman conferred with the other dragon riders, Ser Brynden Massey and Lord Wireless. They spoke in hushed tones within a shielded section of the keep, away from frightened ears. Charts and naval maps littered the table, stained with sea spray. Candles sputtered as the wind howled outside the windows. Ser Brynden stated what Eman had been thinking. We cannot hold the city indefinitely if the beasts keep coming. We beat them off today, but they struck from multiple angles and we lost a dragon. If the attacks escalate, or if more than a handful of these nightmares appear, White Harbor could fall. Or they might simply starve us by strangling trade and fishing. Either way, the North is compromised. Lord Wireless added grimly, meanwhile, the crown contends with threats in Dorne, the Stepstones, and who knows where else. Reinforcements may be slow to arrive. Eman nodded, feeling the weight of his next words. Then we must strike at the root. Rumors point to Pentos as the center of this sorcery. The name Corin surfaces repeatedly. This is no random outbreak of sea monsters. Someone orchestrates these attacks to weaken us. We need to end it. The other riders shared uneasy looks. One, a young Targaryen cousin named Gaiman Waters, who had recently bonded with a wiry bronze dragon, spoke up. How do we even find him? Pentos is a large free city with many magisters. We have no guarantee he even remains there. Eamon's eyes hardened. The Master of Whisperers in King's Landing has some leads. We do not hunt him blindly. Besides, if Hall is behind these creatures, his power base is likely near the sea. The question is whether we can spare enough dragons and men to launch an offensive in Essos without leaving White Harbor exposed. Ser Brynden tapped the table, frustration evident. We'd need at least some fleet presence to cross safely and to ensure we can land. That means stripping ships from the city's defense. Also, your presence is the main deterrent keeping the city from panicking, Your Highness. If you leave, morale might crumble. Silence fell over them. It was a conundrum with no easy solution. Eman, jaw tight, looked at Lord Wireless. If we remain on the defensive forever, we lose. We must disrupt the source. If I take a small but elite force, perhaps 2 dragons, and slip across the narrow sea under cover of darkness, we might strike swiftly at Hall's lair. The rest remain here to guard White Harbor and continue the watch. That might be our best chance. Lord Wireless grimaced but nodded. It's a risk, but you speak truly. If the root of this evil remains uncut, we may face endless waves of horrors. They planned deep into the night. The final arrangement was tentative but bold. Eman would lead a covert expedition, himself on Vermithor and Gaiman Waters on his bronze dragon, escorted by a small but nimble ship contingent. They would sail from White Harbor in secrecy, hugging the northern coasts before crossing to Bravos or another free city under the pretense of standard trade. From there, they could slip into Pentos and hunt for Corin. The remainder of the dragons and forces would remain in White Harbor, prepared to defend against further attacks. By dawn, the plan was settled, albeit with many unanswered questions. Would the creatures sense Eamon's absence and strike? Could 2 dragons suffice against whatever dark powers lurked in Pentos? Uncertainty loomed, but necessity drove them forward. At first light, Eman wrote a final dispatch to King Rhaegar detailing his intentions and requesting any updated intelligence on Corin. He sealed it and entrusted it to a swift raven. Then he packed his gear, rechecked Vermithor's harness, and conferred with Eman, who looked more nervous than he let on. The younger rider was untested in large-scale battle, though he had fared well enough fending off smaller monsters earlier. If Corin Hall commanded terrors beyond what they had already faced, skill and courage alone might not suffice. The departure was subdued. Eman and Eman soared away at dawn, their dragons' silhouettes crossing the pale sky. Below, a single warship and a pair of swift cogs set sail, carrying a small detachment of men chosen for stealth and loyalty. Lord Wylus and the people of White Harbor gathered on the docks to watch them leave. Some cheered, others merely gazed in silent hope, their hearts torn by the knowledge that if calamity struck again, they would have fewer defenders. The sight of Vermithor's mighty wings glinting in the early sun was a reminder that House Targaryen would not sit idle while darkness threatened the realm. The wind was cold and bracing as they flew eastward, the seas below dark green and roiling. Eman felt the tension in every muscle. He had never led such a mission before, an incursion into foreign territory to confront a hidden sorcerer. His entire life had been dedicated to safeguarding Westeros from rebels or external enemies, always with the comforting knowledge that dragons gave him a near-unassailable advantage. But these foes had proven dragons could bleed. Even so, Eman refused to succumb to fear. House Targaryen's legacy rested on actions such as these, bold stands that turned the tide in ages past. With each thunderous beat of Vermithor's wings, he reminded himself, the realm must stand. We have to find the root of this evil. Miles behind him, Westeros braced for the next onslaught. King Rhaegar's ravens soared across the skies, commanding vigilance and calling upon every bannerman for unity. In King's Landing, more rumors of infiltration spread, with sightings of robed figures in alleyways. On Dragonstone, the saboteurs still eluded capture, though more eggs had been moved to secure vaults deep under the castle. Across the seas, Corin Hall's Sellsword armies gained ground in Dorne, though they now faced fierce Dornish resistance led by Prince Kyle Martell, who had lost 2 cousins in earlier skirmishes and was out for blood. The stage was set for a climactic reckoning, with dragons, sea monsters, and sorcery all converging upon a single, cataclysmic point in history. Eman and Eman flew for hours, taking short rests on uninhabited islands to let their dragons drink fresh water from streams and roost on rocks. The warships sailing below followed as best they could, though the dragons often scouted ahead. The first night passed uneventfully aside from the howling wind and the occasional glimpse of something large moving beneath the surface, far below. The watchers on the ships kept torches lit, scanning for any sign of the abominations. If any lurked nearby, they did not attack. Perhaps the beasts had not ventured this far from the north, or perhaps Corin's hold on them was stretched thin. Regardless, the night was mercifully quiet. On the 3rd day, they approached the southern coast of Skagos, an inhospitable island rarely visited by outsiders. Great rocky cliffs and twisted pine forests dotted the shoreline. Eman decided to risk a brief landing to rest. The sailors found a narrow cove to anchor, sheltered from prying eyes. The dragons perched on the crags above the cove, watchful for threats. Men scurried to gather firewood, net fish, and fill water barrels. Though no large settlements existed on Skagos, the place held a foreboding reputation for its savage inhabitants, rumored to be cannibals. No one ventured far from the shore. Eman took a moment to consult a rough chart. Their plan was to skirt the northern coast of Essos, heading for Bravos. From Bravos, they could either slip down the coast to Pentos or travel by land, depending on which approach was safer. If stealth failed, they would rely on the dragons' might to defend themselves. But a large-scale confrontation in Essos territory risked embroiling the free cities in war. Eman preferred a targeted strike, locate Corin's lair, dismantle his network, free or destroy whatever conjurations he had spawned. The thought weighed heavily. Was he truly prepared to face sorcery that twisted living creatures into nightmares? He gazed out at the gray sea. The memory of the monstrous shapes still haunted him, the way they shrieked and bled under dragonfire. He took a breath, steadying himself, and reminded Eman to remain vigilant. The younger rider looked pensive but resolute. "I won't fail you, cousin," Eman said quietly. "The realm depends on us." That night, a storm battered the makeshift camp. Rain pounded the tents they had hastily erected on the rocky shoreline. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the 2 dragons perched high on the cliffs, their eyes glowing like embers in the dark. Eman lay awake, half-dozing under a drenched canvas, hearing the roar of waves and the thunder's boom. He wondered if King Rhaegar was in better straits or if the capital was equally besieged by storms and enemies. He pictured the Iron Throne room lit by torches, lords gathered in tense debate, while Rhaegar tried to hold the realm together through sheer will. A flicker of guilt lanced him for leaving, but he quelled it. This mission might save them all if it succeeded. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving the cove drenched but calm. The men dismantled the sodden tents, loaded supplies onto the cogs, and prepared to sail again. The dragons roused themselves, shaking off droplets of rain and snapping at the wind. They took to the sky with an almost eager vigor, glad to be flying again. Eman soared alongside Gaiman, scanning the horizon. Clouds scattered in the morning light, revealing a vast ocean that faded into a distant haze. Soon, they would cross from these bleak northern waters to the shipping lanes that fed into Bravos. From there, the heart of the enemy beckoned. Back in King's Landing, Rhaegar was indeed locked in a struggle of command. The Sellsword incursion in Dorne had proven more damaging than expected, and he had sent 2 more dragons south to aid the Martells. Reports from the western coast said the Ironborn under Lady Asha Greyjoy were preparing to defend their isles against possible infiltration, but she also demanded that the crown protect the Seastone Chair's claims to certain maritime routes. In the Vale, banners were raised to guard the Fingers, where rumor claimed a sea monster had been sighted. The realm was a patchwork of fires to be stamped out, and Rhaegar juggled every demand with stoic determination. Yet with each fresh crisis, House Targaryen's forces grew more thinly stretched. Matters were not helped by the infiltration rumors in the capital. Multiple times, the City Watch reported capturing suspicious individuals lurking near the dragon pens, but none had proof linking them to sabotage. Some of these prisoners vanished in custody or died under mysterious circumstances. The Master of Whisperers, Larys Rivers, suspected illusions or glamours at work. Grand Maester Arwol urged the king to consult the Red Priests or other practitioners of magic for counsel, but Rhaegar hesitated. The Targaryens had always balanced the power of dragons with a wary approach to sorcery. To invite foreign priests or warlocks into the Red Keep carried its own risks. Nevertheless, the tide of events pushed the king to new lengths. Late one evening, he summoned a woman known as Lady Miraxis, a rumored shadowbinder from Ass High who had dwelled in King's Landing for some years. She was said to know arcane wards and wards against illusions. The audience was private, attended only by the king, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, and Grand Maester Arwol. In the flickering lamplight of the royal solar, Lady Miraxis stood robed in black and red silks, her dark hair coiled in an elaborate braid. She was older than Rhaegar by a decade or more, with fine lines marking her face and eyes that glimmered with unsettling depth. "You have called me forth, your grace," she said softly, voice carrying a slight accent. "To ask for wards or charms against shadowy intruders. For a price, I may grant you such wards." Rhaegar studied her, cautious. "I do not trust easily, my lady, especially not in matters of the occult. But we have found footprints vanishing into walls, caretakers swearing they heard whispers in the darkness. Our swords and guards do not suffice. If you have a means to detect or repel illusions, I will consider your aid." Lady Miraxis dipped her head. "Shadowbinding is not typical of Westerosi lore. My craft deals with illusions, yes, but it can also dispel them. I can anoint thresholds with certain oils, recite incantations that cause illusions to falter when crossing those wards. Yet the power must be renewed regularly, and it is not infallible. And as you say, trust is thin in such arts." Rhaegar glanced at Lord Commander Sarret, who remained stoic. Then he nodded at Arwol, who simply shrugged helplessly. Westerosi tradition offered no ready solution. "I have no choice," the king said, turning back to Lady Miraxis. "If your wards can buy us time or help us catch these infiltrators, so be it. Name your price, within reason." She bowed, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. "I ask only for gold to sustain my craft and for a place in your court should my efforts prove fruitful. Also, if I succeed, I wish to study your dragons from a safe distance. Their magic intrigues me." The king's expression was guarded, but he agreed. He had heard tales that shadowbinders from Ass High were fascinated by dragons, claiming they were living conduits of fire magic. The arrangement left him uneasy, yet the infiltration threatened the very heart of House Targaryen's power. If Lady Miraxis's wards proved real, it might grant him a critical advantage. He gave the order, and that night, she set about painting glyphs on the threshold of the dragon pens and certain corridors of the Red Keep using a pungent oil that smelled of incense and something sharper. She chanted softly in a language unfamiliar to Westerosi ears. Guards watched her warily, uncertain if they witnessed a necessary precaution or the welcome of an even darker force into the keep. For several days, a tense calm followed. Then, on the seventh night, an uproar erupted in one of the lesser corridors leading to the hatcheries. Two guards found a hooded figure creeping along, and as they approached, the figure attempted to vanish into the shadows. Instead, the wards flared, a faint shimmer in the air, and the figure stumbled, half of their body becoming visible while the other half flickered like a reflection on dark water. The guards lunged, grappling the intruder and forcing them down. Under the hood was a gaunt face with unnaturally blackened eyes, as if dyed or tainted by some inhuman influence. The prisoner fought with a startling strength, hissing in a guttural tongue, before a blow to the head subdued them. When King Rhaegar arrived, flanked by Serret and Lady Miraxis, they found the intruder shackled, panting on the floor. The wards shimmered faintly as though reacting to the presence of something unnatural. Closer inspection revealed that the figure's robes bore arcane symbols reminiscent of those found on the bodies of the sea creatures in the north. This was no ordinary spy, or rather an agent likely linked to Corin Hall's sorcery. Rhaegar knelt carefully, meeting the figure's blackened gaze. "Who sent you?" he demanded in a cold tone. "Speak, and you may yet see mercy." The intruder spat a mouthful of dark saliva, babbling in some foreign tongue. Lady Miraxis whispered that it sounded akin to an old dialect of Valyrian, distorted by influences from the Basilisk Isles or shadowy corners of the world. The figure would not relent, continuing to hiss until the king, frustrated, nodded for the guards to drag them away to the dungeons. Perhaps interrogation or sorceress compulsion might yield answers, but it was clear they faced an enemy steeped in black magic. Lady Miraxis, for her part, looked both triumphant and uneasy. "Your Grace, we have proof of infiltration by a sorcerer's agent. This is only one. There may be more. But it confirms that wards can snare illusions." Rhaegar acknowledged her with a grateful nod. "Indeed, you have done us a service, though it seems our war extends deeper into the occult than I ever imagined. We must press on. If we can glean the location of their master, we may cut off this infiltration at its source." In the nights that followed, the agent was questioned at length, though the results were minimal. Under duress, the captive only mumbled half-intelligible phrases that spoke of the drowned serpent and the living egg, sometimes ranting about a convergence of water and fire. Lady Miraxis tried to peel away illusions from the prisoner's mind, but the process was taxing, and the prisoner often lapsed into seizures. The only solid revelation came when the captive spoke a single name in a moment of clarity: Corin. Then they bit their own tongue, choking on blood and succumbing before the maesters could intervene. The final clue was a brand on their forearm, a circular glyph depicting a dragon with a serpent's tail eating itself. Rhaegar recognized the sign from prior intelligence about Corin Hall. Thus confirmed that Corin's hand reached into the Red Keep, Rhaegar tightened security further. He also sent new orders to the fleets and dragon riders, urging them to stay alert for infiltration. As the realm fought scattered battles in Dorne, the north, and the seas beyond, the king knew the endgame was drawing closer. Everything pointed to Pentos or its vicinity as the cradle of this threat. He prayed that Eman's covert mission might strike the decisive blow. Far across the sea, Eman and Eman at last reached Braavos, the northernmost of the free cities, a place of canals and swirling mists, overshadowed by the Titan that stood guard at its harbor. They arrived under the cover of dusk, the dragons flying low across the water, hidden from distant watchers by a haze that lingered in the autumn air. The ships that carried their small force sailed in separately, adopting the guise of merchantmen from Westeros. Braavos was neutral ground, tolerant of all manner of visitors, but the presence of dragons could still cause a stir. After docking at a discreet quay, Eman arranged for safe lodging in a modest inn near the Ragman's harbor, away from the prying eyes of the Sea Lord's officials. Braavos was a city of intrigue, with labyrinthine alleys and channels. Masked courtesans drifted through the moonlit squares. Red priests cried out by the temple of the Lord of Light, and the famed Iron Bank loomed as a power in its own right. Eman did not linger to indulge in Braavosi culture. He immediately sought contacts rumored to have knowledge of Pentos' affairs. Dockside informers, disreputable captains who smuggled goods across the narrow sea. Eman and a handful of guards moved discreetly, mindful that the city boasted skilled assassins and sellswords for hire. Within days, they met a rogue Pentoshi merchant named Mordis Jal who claimed to have fled Corin Hall's service after witnessing unspeakable rites. For a bag of gold dragons, he shared that Corin's estate lay near Pentos' outer wall, a lavish place with hidden cellars and rumored catacombs. Whispers said Corin imported sea spawn to experiment with in his dungeons, forging alliances with the darkest corners of the deep. Mordus also revealed that Corin had ties to the Sorrowhawk Sellsword Company, using them to smuggle contraband. If Eman sought a confrontation, the best approach was swift and ruthless, bypassing Pentos's gates unannounced. Eman eyed the merchant warily, uncertain if he told the truth or led them into a trap. But the details matched prior intelligence. Carefully, he mapped a plan. They would sail at night to Pentos, land outside the main harbor, and approach Corin's estate from the landward side. The dragons, if necessary, could break through any defenses. Eman expressed concern about drawing the ire of the Pentoshi magisters, who might see this as an act of war. Eman responded bluntly, "If they harbor a sorcerer threatening Westeros, they have chosen their side. We will do what must be done." Preparations were set. The small cogs, bearing men armed with crossbows and short swords, discreetly left Braavos' harbor under false flags. Eman and Eman soared above them at high altitude, cloaked by darkness. Fear gnawed at Eman's gut. They were far from home, outnumbered if Pentos chose to defend its own. Yet necessity drove him on. The realm did not have the luxury of waiting. Each day the monstrous threat grew, and the realm's energies drained in far-flung battles. The Corin could be stopped here, now the tide might turn. They reached the outskirts of Pentos 2 nights later. The city's lights shimmered like a jeweled net along the coastline, overshadowed by the huge domes and spires of Magisters' estates. By day, Pentos was a bustling metropolis of trade. By night, it was a labyrinth of narrow streets and hidden courtyards where rich lords feasted and schemers whispered in the corners. The small Westerosi force anchored their cogs in a secluded inlet north of the main harbor, rowed ashore under cover of darkness, and joined the dragons that landed on a stretch of beach. From there, they advanced inland through a patchwork of olive groves and vineyards that supplied Pentos with produce. A local guide, bribed heavily by Mordus Jal, led them along back roads. They skirted watchtowers, using the night's gloom to evade detection. The glimmer of Pentos' sea walls rose in the distance, and with it the sprawling silhouette of Corin Hall's estate, a compound enclosed by high walls crowned with iron spikes. Lanterns glowed along the perimeter, casting a yellowish haze. Eman surveyed it from a small rise where tall cypress trees provided cover. The estate backed onto a lagoon which might offer an escape route if things turned dire. Beyond the estate, Pentos' skyline glimmered with more lanterns, though the main city was still some distance off. With a silent nod, Eman signaled Eman and the men. The plan was simple and direct: infiltrate if they could, or break through if they must. Dragons would remain hidden until absolutely necessary, so as not to alert the entire city. They moved like shadows through the orchard, crossbows loaded, hearts pounding in their ears. Reaching a side gate, they found it barred. A picked lock or a quiet climb would have been ideal, but the gate's iron-bound timbers proved resistant to subtlety. A pair of Eman's men used a small iron crow to pry at the hinges. The creaking of metal set everyone on edge. Before they could force the gate, a cry rang out from inside. Torchlight flickered through the iron bars, revealing shapes rushing to the gate. The men cursed under their breath. Subtlety was lost. "Open the gate, quickly!" Eman hissed, motioning the crossbowmen forward. Bolts whistled through the bars, striking the silhouettes beyond. Shouts of alarm rose. Then came a deeper noise, a droning chant that reverberated through the night air. Atop a small tower inside the estate, a figure appeared, holding aloft a staff capped with a flickering blue flame. Eman did not need to guess who it was. He signaled the dragons. A low roar echoed across the orchard as Vermithor and the bronze dragon soared in, shaking the cypress trees with the thunder of their wings. The compound erupted into chaos. Men in strange garb emerged from within, some brandishing curved swords, others chanting in unison, their voices weaving an eerie litany. Torchlight revealed them as Corin's acolytes, robed in black with the same self-devouring dragon sigil on their chests. A volley of crossbow bolts took down a few. Vermithor swooped overhead, unleashing a short burst of flame that scattered defenders. In the confusion, the gate was forced open. Westerosi men poured into the courtyard. Eman led them, sword drawn, scanning for Corin Hall. Stone archways led to an inner garden where a fountain splashed. Statues of dragons and sea serpents entwined rose from the water. Bodies littered the flagstones as the acolytes resisted with fanatical fury. Eman's bronze dragon clung to a wall, roaring, tail-smashing defenders who tried to flank the intruders. Overhead, the robed figure on the tower vanished inside, presumably retreating or preparing a final stand. The assault quickly advanced to the estate's central structure, an ornate two-story mansion with tall windows and carved pillars. Eman's boots pounded up marble steps as crossbowmen guarded his flanks. The door burst inward under a well-placed kick. Within, the air reeked of incense and a heavy, cloying sweetness. Flickering candelabras lined a grand hallway. Doors branched off in multiple directions. Screams and chanting echoed from the depths. The walls were hung with tapestries depicting monstrous hybrids of dragons and sea beasts reminiscent of the horrors Eman had fought in the north. Suddenly, a swirl of shadow coalesced at the far end of the hallway, condensing into a humanoid shape. Two blazing blue eyes glared from within the darkness. A voice hissed, reverberating in the corridor, "Targaryen scum. You come so far to meet your doom." A gust of unnatural wind extinguished several candles, plunging part of the hallway into gloom. Eman felt a chill race across his skin. It seemed Corin could cloak himself in illusions or shadow just like the infiltrators. With a snarl, Eman gestured for a pair of crossbowmen to fire. Bolts hissed through the darkness. One struck stone, the other vanished into the shadow with a wet thud. A shriek of rage echoed, and the shape recoiled. Immediately, Eman charged forward, ignoring the swirl of illusions. Closer, he could see Corin's lean figure wearing a mask of black wood etched with a draconic motif. Blood oozed from his shoulder where the bolt had found flesh. "You meddle in powers beyond your ken, Targaryen," Corin snarled. "I will break your dragons as I break the sea to my will." Eman lunged, sword whistling. Shadows coalesced around Corin like living tendrils, attempting to parry. Steel met a force that pulsed with unnatural energy, sending a jolt up Eman's arm. He gritted his teeth, pressing on. Meanwhile, the crossbowman tried to find an opening to loose more bolts. The corridor devolved into a storm of black tendrils, swirling illusions, and the intermittent flash of Eman's sword. Corin chanted, blood staining his sleeve, his free hand weaving symbols in the air. Reality seemed to warp for an instant. The tapestries on the walls rippled, and the floor felt as though it shifted under Eman's feet. Despite the disorientation, he held to a single, unwavering focus: kill the sorcerer. A monstrous roar outside rattled the windows, likely Vermithor or Gaiman's dragon contending with the estate's defenders. Eman drew strength from the memory of the men who had died in White Harbor, from the lost dragon, from every horror unleashed on Westeros. He slashed through the illusions, steel whirling in deadly arcs. Slowly, Corin gave ground, eyes burning with a mixture of rage and disbelief. Another bolt whistled past Eman, striking the sorcerer's thigh. Corin let out a strangled cry, collapsing against a pillar. The shadows faltered, peeling away like dissolving ink. Eman seized him by the front of his robes, ripping off the mask. He found a face drawn with pain and hatred, a red birthmark on one cheek. The blackened eyes glared defiantly. Blood trickled from Corin's mouth. Outside, the cacophony of battle raged on. But in this corridor, time seemed to slow. "You think killing me ends this?" Corin gasped, trembling as he forced out the words. "The tide rises. Fire meets water, and everything drowns." Eman pressed the edge of his sword to Corin's throat. "Call off your horrors. End the threat to my realm, or I end your life." A dark laugh bubbled from Corin's lips. "Kill me or don't. The sea listens to no one now. The wheel is in motion. Your dragons will burn or drown. And from that union something else is born." He convulsed, spitting more blood. "Fool Targaryen. You can't stop it." Eman sensed that Corin might not be bluffing. The man's eyes held genuine fanaticism, as though he believed himself a mere vessel for a greater power. A flicker of indecision crossed Eman's mind. If Corin's death severed the link, perhaps the beasts would revert to their natural state or die off. If not, maybe the horrors would roam unchecked. He hesitated. Corin mustered a final burst of hateful energy. One hand, still free, darted to his belt, drawing a slim dagger of obsidian. Before the crossbowman could react, he slashed at Eman's midsection. Eman twisted, pain blossoming as the blade cut across his side. He retaliated with a savage stroke of his sword, severing Corin's hand at the wrist. The sorcerer let out an unearthly screech, a sound that reverberated with supernatural resonance. Blood sprayed the floor. Eman staggered back, pressing a hand to his wound. Corin collapsed to his knees, panting. Darkness swirled around him, but weaker now, as if dissipating with his life's blood. "You can kill me," he rasped. "But the ancient powers, awakened, cannot be undone. The sea will claim its due." His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward, face striking the marble floor with a sickening thud. The corridor fell silent, save for Eman's ragged breathing. The crossbowman rushed in to support him, checking his wound. It was deep but not mortal. Blood seeped between his fingers. He glanced down at the corpse of Corin Hall, half expecting the shadows to resurrect him. But the body lay still, limp, and the illusions were gone. Outside, the tide of battle turned swiftly once Corin fell. The enthralled acolytes lost their coordinated edge, scattering in confusion. Some collapsed as though freed from a binding spell, moaning with disoriented terror. The Westerosi secured the courtyard, capturing stragglers. Vermithor perched on the rooftop, roaring triumph. Gaiman's bronze dragon circled overhead, puffs of smoke drifting from its nostrils. Soon, the estate was in Targaryen hands. Eman emerged into the courtyard, leaning on a guard for support. The night sky glimmered with stars. He stared up at Vermithor, relief flooding him. They had done it. The sorcerer, orchestrator of the sea horrors, was slain. Whether his death alone would end the threat remained to be seen, but it was a momentous blow. A sudden wave of dizziness hit Eman. He touched the slash on his side, cursing softly. One of the maesters traveling with them would need to treat it. For now, the adrenaline sustained him. Gaiman ran up, face alight with relief. "We broke the defenses, cousin. The estate is ours. Did you slay him?" Eman nodded. "Corin is dead." Cheers rose from the men. Some collapsed with fatigue, while others set about securing the perimeter. The stench of blood and burnt flesh clung to the air. Smoke drifted from smaller fires within the compound. Somewhere, a horse shrieked in fear. It was a grim victory, but a victory nonetheless. Eman clutched Gaiman's shoulder, trying to stand upright despite the throbbing pain in his side. "We must search the estate," he said through gritted teeth. "Ensure no more abominations or half-grown creatures remain hidden. Destroy any artifacts that might allow Corin's disciples to continue his work. Leave nothing to chance." Gaiman inclined his head. "We'll do it. But you need tending. You're pale as a ghost." Before Eman could protest, two soldiers gently eased him onto a marble bench near the courtyard's fountain. A traveling maester hurried up with bandages and salves. Eman clenched his jaw as they cut away part of his tunic to apply a poultice. Blood trickled in rivulets onto the stone. His vision swam. Overhead, the silver moon cast a serene glow on the battered courtyard. He took a shuddering breath, forcing himself to remain conscious. In the distance, he heard the men rummaging through Corin's chambers, smashing contraband, prying open crates. There was talk of a large chamber below the mansion filled with dark artifacts and vials of pungent liquids. Some whispered of a still-warm dragon egg on an altar, flecked with dried blood. The crossbowmen followed Gaiman's orders to retrieve and secure everything. They would burn the place to the ground if necessary to ensure no legacy of Corin's vile craft remained. As the adrenaline ebbed, Eman's mind drifted. He pictured White Harbor battered but defiant. He pictured King Rhaegar on the Iron Throne, forging alliances to keep the realm safe. He pictured the monstrous shapes in the northern seas, wondering if they would dissolve into the depths or if Corin's last curse doomed them to roam free. Only time would tell if the threat was truly ended. But at least the central orchestrator of this chaos had met his end in a swirl of shadows and blood. A rush of gratitude filled him for the loyal men who had followed him this far, for Gaiman's steadfast presence, for the dragons that had served House Targaryen for centuries. Yes, they had bled, but they had prevailed. Even if more horrors waited, the realm had proven that it would not bow. A tear welled in Eman's eye, from exhaustion or relief, he could not say. Perhaps both. As the maester finished binding his wound, he sank into a guarded sleep, surrounded by men in Targaryen colors, the roar of dragons echoing faintly in the Pentos night. At dawn, a plume of smoke rose from Corin Hall's estate, visible for miles along the Pentos coastline. By midday, rumors spread through the city that Westerosi dragons had attacked and destroyed a vile sorcerer's lair. Some Pentoshi cursed the Targaryens for violating their territory, others quietly applauded the demise of a man rumored to dabble in ghastly practices. Officially, the city's magisters demanded an explanation, but with the evidence of Corin's atrocities laid bare, twisted remains, arcane equipment, the documented confessions of rescued captives, they found little appetite to retaliate. The Targaryens had done Pentos a gruesome favor, removing a serpent in their midst. So the local lords allowed Eman and his men to depart, albeit under strained civility. Though physically weak from his injury, Eman insisted on personally verifying the spoils, the stolen dragon egg, multiple suspicious tomes, shards of broken relics. He ordered them destroyed, except for the egg, which he would return to King's Landing for safekeeping. If it could be cleansed of Corin's influence, it might yet hatch under rightful Targaryen care. After a tense negotiation with Pentos's ruling magisters, Eman and Eman led their battered force to the ships, their dragons flying overhead in silent warning that no treachery would be tolerated. The crossing back to Westeros began, albeit slowly, for the men were fatigued and Eman still convalescent. The sea treated them kindly on the return journey with fair winds and no sign of monstrous shapes beneath the waves. Whether Corin's death had severed the conjurations or merely scattered them, none could say for sure. Many among the crew spoke of a tangible sense of relief, as though a malevolent presence had evaporated from the air. Eman prayed they were right. Still, caution reigned. The crossbowmen remained on watch at night, scanning the sea with keen eyes. By the time they neared White Harbor, weeks had passed since their departure. On a crisp morning, they sighted the familiar walls rising in the distance, battered but intact. Plumes of chimney smoke drifted above the city. Signals flew from the towers as watchers recognized the returning dragons. Despite the heavy cost of recent battles, the people turned out along the quays to welcome home the prince who had risked all to end the source of their nightmares. As Vermithor circled overhead, men and women cheered, waving scraps of cloth. A hush fell when they noticed the bandages wrapped around Eman's torso, but the sight of Corin's estate spoils, symbols of victory, restored their cheers. Lord Wireless, eyes damp with relief, greeted Eman at the docks. "Prince, we feared you lost. We had more sightings at sea, scattered attacks, but nothing as organized as before." It was as if the creatures lost direction. Eman dismounted with care, wincing. "We found Corin Hall. He's dead and much of his dark craft destroyed. I hope it's enough to free these monsters from his influence or doom them. Either way, the greatest threat is ended." Wireless nodded fervently, ushering him toward the keep, where a warm meal and fresh bandages awaited. On the way, Eman glimpsed signs of the city's slow recovery. Merchant ships returned to the harbor, although some wariness lingered in every face he passed. The populace had seen horrors that would not fade from memory. Yet their gratitude was real. They bowed or reached out in thanks, calling him Prince Eman the Dragon or Protector of the North. A council was convened in the keep that very evening. Eman recounted the mission in detail. The local lords listened raptly, hearts lifting at the news that the puppet master behind their plight was gone. Tales of Corin's final words prompted anxious speculation about lingering curses, but the general mood was hopeful. In the days that followed, a handful of monstrous shapes were sighted along the northern coasts, but none mounted a large-scale attack. Over time, the sightings dwindled, either because the creatures died off or returned to hidden depths with no sorcerer's call to guide them. Word spread quickly across Westeros. Ravens flew from White Harbor to Winterfell, the Eyrie, Riverrun, Casterly Rock, Highgarden, Storm's End, Sunspear, Old Town, and, most importantly, King's Landing, bearing news of Corin's demise. The Sellsword army. Essen Dorne, upon learning their patron's end, began to disband or retreat. Many had been in it for the coin, and with Corin gone, that coin vanished. Dornish forces took advantage, driving them to the sea. Though skirmishes continued, the heart of the invasion was broken. Across the realm, people began to breathe again. King Rhaegar received the Raven in the midst of conferring with his advisors. Relief flooded his features as he read Eman's account. He closed his eyes briefly, gratitude overwhelming him. Then, regaining composure, he stood and declared to the council, "Prince Eman has succeeded. The sorcerer who menaced our realm is no more." A wave of cheers and applause broke out. Grand Maester Arwell dabbed tears from his eyes. Lady Miraxis, the Shadowbinder, bowed her head in respect. Larry's Rivers allowed a rare smile to crease his face. The realm had teetered on the brink of nightmare, but House Targaryen had held firm. That night, King's Landing erupted in celebration. Bonfires lit the squares, wine and ale flowed freely, and the small folk rejoiced that the monstrous threat had passed. Musicians played songs praising the Targaryens, weaving new ballads of Prince Eman's bravery. Children slept soundly, untroubled by tales of pale shapes rising from the sea. In the weeks that followed, a solemn accounting of the cost emerged. Many men had died defending the realm: sailors, soldiers, dragon riders. At least 2 dragons perished in battles against the beasts or while subduing the Sellsword armies. Dragonstone's sabotage claimed multiple hatchlings, setting back the Targaryen breeding program. House Mandoli and other northern houses counted their dead, as did lords in Dorne and elsewhere. Structures had been razed, farmland trampled, trade disrupted. The cleanup was laborious, the grief palpable. Yet from tragedy came a renewed sense of unity under the Targaryens, at least for a time. Lords who once chafed under the crown's might saw that if not for the dragons, Westeros might have descended into a chaotic darkness no single house could face alone. Even the Ironborn quieted their raging, hammered by the knowledge that the crown would not hesitate to bring dragons to their shores if they exploited the realm's vulnerability again. The faith praised the monarchy for delivering the people from abominations. Across the land, monuments to the fallen were erected and songs of the heroic stand circulated in taverns and holdfasts. Prince Eman eventually returned to King's Landing. A grand procession welcomed him and Gaemon. Vermithor's old scars had healed into shiny ridges, testament to the savage fights, while Gaemon's bronze dragon landed with a triumphant roar. The people lined the streets, strewing flowers. King Rhaegar embraced his brother on the steps of the Red Keep, a rare public display of emotion, tears glimmering in his eyes. The capital roared with approval, for in that moment they saw the embodiment of a house that had defied the odds for centuries, forging bonds stronger than steel. Together they ascended to the throne room. Rhaegar did not seat himself on the Iron Throne as he addressed the throng of courtiers and assembled lords. Instead, he stood beside Eman, proclaiming that the realm owed him a debt of gratitude. He named Eman Shield of the Realm, a formal title acknowledging extraordinary service. Applause thundered through the hall, and Eman bowed, humbled. For all the glory, he felt the weight of those who had perished. No title could bring them back, nor would it erase the monstrous memory of that watery war. Yet House Targaryen endured, dragons unextinguished. Days rolled into months. Peace slowly returned, though pockets of unrest still flared in remote corners. It would take time for scars to heal, for fields to be replanted, for the memory of slithering shapes in the moonlight to fade. But the dragons still flew above Westeros, roaring defiance at any threat that might loom on the horizon. The sabotage on Dragonstone ceased. The remaining hatchlings grew under watchful eyes. Great lords renewed their oaths of fealty at court, acknowledging that House Targaryen's living flame remained the surest shield against the uncanny darkness of the world. Late one evening, King Rhaegar stood atop the battlements of the Red Keep, gazing at the stars. He felt the warm presence of Eman beside him, the 2 brothers sharing a moment of quiet reflection. Beneath them, King's Landing's lights spread like a constellation in miniature, and off to the east, the black vastness of the sea beckoned, silent but never truly still. "We have prevailed, brother," Rhaegar said softly. "But I wonder what else might lurk beyond our sight. Our ancestors believed dragons made us invincible. We've learned otherwise. The realm is wide and deeper mysteries remain." Eman nodded, arms folded, the wind ruffling his silver hair. His side still ached sometimes, a reminder of the obsidian blade Corin had wielded. "True. Yet dragons remain our greatest hope against such evils. We nearly lost them once, or so the tales say. Had they gone extinct, I shudder to think what might have happened. Without them, Corin's horrors might have swallowed us." Rhaegar glanced up at the swirl of stars. "Perhaps that is our fate, to balance the scale. For the dragons to defend us, we must also defend the dragons. Through heartbreak and tribulation, the realm endures, but only if we stand together." They fell into a comfortable silence, 2 scions of an ancient line whose power had shaped kingdoms. The wind carried a distant roar from the dragon pit, a reminder that these creatures of fire were yet alive, guardians and sometimes terrors in equal measure. After all the battles, the blood spilled in hidden coves and city walls, after the confrontation with conjured abominations and dark sorcery, Westeros still had dragons. And in a land that had tasted the alternative, of nightmares unleashed, unstoppable by normal means, that single fact glowed like a beacon of hope. House Targaryen, bound to these mighty beasts, remained a bulwark against the unknown, ensuring that at least for now, the realm stood free from the shadow of watery horrors or the tyranny of an unchecked dark mage. There would be new struggles, fresh storms, but the dragons had never died, and so the skies over Westeros still thundered with the promise of fire and blood, and, above all, survival. A hush fell over King's Landing in the weeks following Prince Eamon's return, as if the entire city had exhaled some great tension held far too long. Though the realm celebrated Corin Hall's defeat and the waning of the monstrous sea beasts, The scars of that campaign lingered everywhere. Soldiers returned to find empty chairs at their family tables, or lovers wedded in their absence out of desperation and fear. Children too young to understand the scope of the danger spoke in hushed tones of serpents beyond the horizon, conjured by dark spells. Yet in the Red Keep, King Rhaegar's voice rallied courtiers to look ahead. The monarchy, he declared, must renew its bonds of kinship with the lords of Westeros. For if House Targaryen had learned anything in these trials, it was that unity granted their dragons a purpose beyond war for its own sake. By night, King Rhaegar often found himself wandering the high battlements, gazing at the faint glow of lanterns along the Blackwater Rush. Even with the threat seemingly ended, he could not rid himself of the memory of robed infiltrators creeping in corridors, or the stories of illusions so potent that men saw entire doorways vanish. Part of him feared these events were but the first in a cycle of new terrors, that the world had begun to tilt on its axis, forcing House Targaryen and its dragons to confront uncanny forces barely whispered of in dusty Valyrian scrolls. The realm was safe, for now, safer at least, but the king's rest was broken by half-remembered dreams. Great shadows moving across a field of ice, or watery depths swirling under storm-lit skies. He found a measure of solace in his brother's recovery. Prince Eman remained in King's Landing while his wounds knit, under the care of Grand Maester Arwell and the skillful ministration of certain herbal remedies gleaned from the Dornish marches. Vermithor, too, had regained his strength, though a mosaic of scars marred one flank. Standing upon the eastern walls, Rhaegar sometimes watched the massive dragon circle the skies at sunset, each thunderous beat of its wings stirring the city's breathless awe. That same awe reminded everyone that, however new these dark sorceries might be, House Targaryen still possessed the single most formidable power in the known world. Yet talk of power always drew suspicion or envy. Some lords quietly grumbled that the Targaryens had grown too large a brood of dragons, or that the fiasco in the north only proved how reliant the realm was on an aging tradition. Others, recalling the carnage prevented by these same dragons, insisted that House Targaryen's ancestral bond with the winged beasts remained Westeros's best defense against the unknown. Small wonder, then, that rumors flitted through the streets of King's Landing. Had the monarchy turned to Shadowbinders for help? Was it true that Corin once studied under a renegade magi connected to King Aerys's old nightmares? Each whisper only magnified the sense that the realm now existed in a subtle, perilous dawn, the darkness behind it receding yet never truly gone. To soothe tempers and reaffirm alliances, King Rhaegar and his council declared a grand series of feasts and tournaments. The king's original plan was to hold just one great tourney in the capital, but Lord Edmure Tully, speaking for the Riverlands, proposed a progression across several regions instead, a traveling court of sorts. They would host smaller feasts in the Stormlands, the Reach, and perhaps even in Dorne, binding each corner of the Seven Kingdoms in shared festivities. It was a bold notion, reminiscent of royal progresses from earlier Targaryen reigns. Rhaegar agreed, seeing how it might mend the realm's morale, provided it was done carefully without draining resources. After all, parts of Dorne still lay ravaged by Corin's Sellsword incursion. But a promise of the crown's presence might help them rebuild faster, for any region hosting the king's retinue often enjoyed an influx of trade and renewed pride. The idea carried risk, too. When a Targaryen king traveled, so did at least one dragon, perhaps more, as a deterrent against assassination or rebellion. And dragons, though awe-inspiring, unsettled many hearts. Rhaegar took counsel from his brother. Eman, leaning against a table in the king's solar, considered the logistic challenges. If you depart King's Landing, you must leave enough dragons here to safeguard the hatcheries, he said. The infiltration attempts might be halted, but we dare not take chances. Yet you cannot travel unguarded. Even if Corin is gone, we know not what remnants of his cult might lurk. Rhaegar dipped his head in acknowledgement. We have a handful of mature dragons in the city, Vermithor, plus Gaiman's Bronze Drake, plus 2 others from lesser Targaryen lines. Each has a rider. The rest are either patrolling the seas or posted to keep an eye on the Iron Islands. We might bring 1 or 2 on this progress, leaving others behind. That should suffice. Eman winced slightly, still tender from his healing side. Then I'll remain in King's Landing while you travel. We cannot both roam the realms simultaneously, not after recent events. Vermithor and I will watch the hatcheries. But take Gaiman and his dragon and perhaps Riella with her smaller mount as your escort. Show the realm that dragons still watch from above. Rhaegar agreed. In his heart, he knew that the realm, still raw from Corin's horrors, needed to see that House Targaryen was not cowering in the Red Keep. A visible presence of dragons, neither too large nor too menacing, would reassure the small folk while reminding potential malcontents that Targaryen might had not been diminished by one sorcerer's attempt. Preparations thus began in earnest. Courtiers bustled to arrange transport, lodging, and a traveling schedule that would not neglect urgent governance. Many letters were sent to lords from Storm's End to Highgarden and beyond, announcing the king's desire to visit, feast, and hear the people's concerns. Within a fortnight, King Rhaegar set forth from King's Landing in an impressive yet measured cavalcade. Rows of knights and men-at-arms in Targaryen livery led the way, followed by wagons bearing supplies for the journey. The king himself rode at the head alongside Lords Valerion and Tully, while Rhaella Targaryen soared overhead on her lithe green dragon, which cast a flickering shadow across the columns of riders. Daemon Waters flew slightly behind her on his bronze mount, watchful of any threat below. The sight of two dragons overhead stirred a mix of excitement and dread in every village they passed, but none denied it was a spectacle not seen in decades, a traveling king escorted by draconic guardians that had never gone extinct. Meanwhile, Prince Eman took up the reins of administration in King's Landing, supported by the small council. Though not named regent, he effectively acted with regental authority in Rhaegar's absence, signing decrees and hearing petitions. The experience weighed on him differently than battlefield command. Where once he soared on Vermithor in the thick of violent confrontations, he now found himself anchored to the throne room, navigating the labyrinth of noble requests and common disputes. Farmers clamored for compensation for lost livestock, suspecting the sea monsters had dragged their herds away. Craftsmen petitioned for royal favor to rebuild battered wharves. And across the city, rumors persisted about hidden enclaves of Corin's surviving acolytes, fanning superstitions whenever a child disappeared or a weird shape was glimpsed in the river at night. Though nearly fully healed, Eman sometimes felt restless, longing for the open skies. He told Rhaegar the city needed a strong Targaryen presence, and so here he was, pacing the halls of the Red Keep like a caged predator. When the bureaucracy chafed, he would steal away to the Dragonbit or to the Mews, running a gentle hand over Vermithor's scarred flank, recalling their battles against the abominations in the northern seas. Patience, he would murmur to himself, though it felt unnatural after so much action. Duty demanded it, though. The realm had not yet fully stabilized, and if sabotage threatened the hatcheries, he could not dare to roam. Eman also spent time delving into the hidden corners of the castle library, consulting with Grand Maester Arwul about the possibility of lingering magical disruptions. Texts on Valyrian lore hinted at summoning spells that survived a caster's death if certain conditions were met: foci, anchor points, living vessels. Arwul, brow furrowed, assured him that no living spawn had been found in Corin's estate. Yet the possibility of leftover curses seemed real enough. Occasionally, rumors reached them of fishermen glimpsing flickers of pale lights off the coast at night, but these sightings never materialized into full attacks. The sense of unresolved tension lingered, an itch in the mind. Eman resolved to remain vigilant. Rhaegar's royal progress moved first to the Stormlands. The winding roads snaked through rolling hills and pine forests, sometimes battered by fierce rains that gave the region its name. Lord Barrows Baratheon, famous for his bullish pride, greeted the king at Storm's End with stiff courtesy that thawed only after the first night's feast. Perhaps seeing the Targaryen banners and the two overhead dragons hammered home the futility of defiance. Or perhaps Barrows recognized that the realm's security after Corin's onslaught benefited him too. Whatever the reason, Storm's End hosted a lavish feast in its great hall of massive stone, and the Storm Lords vied to outdo one another in oath renewals and gifts to the crown. Rhaella's presence intrigued the Stormland Knights. She was a striking figure in black and red riding leathers, hair the pale silver of Valyrian blood, her manners poised but tinged with quiet determination. Many had only ever seen Eman or Rhaegar as the face of Targaryen might, so the arrival of a Targaryen princess astride a green dragon spurred curious conversation. She responded with polite composure, dancing gracefully at the feast when asked, but kept her answers about the dragons circumspect. Only the king and close family knew the full details of how each brood was raised on Dragonstone, how they were matched to riders, or how carefully they regulated breeding to stave off the rumored stunting that had plagued the line centuries ago. To close the visit, Rhaegar presided over a joust just outside Storm's End's walls. Though modest compared to the grand tourneys of old, it drew local knights from the Rainwood and the Marches. The king observed from a canopied stand with Rhaella seated to his left, Daemon to his right. The crowd roared as mounted men clashed lances, splinters flying. Rhaegar's face, subdued at first, eventually broke into a smile. The pageantry recalled simpler times, before the threat of monstrous abominations or cunning sorcerers. Children cheered wide-eyed whenever the dragons passed overhead in slow arcs, so enthralled they barely noticed the thunder of hooves on the field. Eventually, Rhaegar and his retinue departed Storm's End with renewed vows of Baratheon loyalty and a sense that, at least here, Targaryen rule was no longer in doubt. News came that the Sellswords in Dorne had largely melted away, with some fractious bands plaguing the deserts but no longer a united front. Prince Kyle Martell sent warm greetings, urging the king to visit and see Dorne's resilience firsthand. So Rhaegar steered his progress south, braving the heat of the Red Mountains, all the while mindful that the deeper he ventured from the capital, the more reliant he became on local alliances. Along the way, traveling through minor lordships, they encountered occasional signs of the realm's recent turmoil. Burned-out holdfasts once visited by Corin's Sellswords, shallow graves in orchard groves, quiet villages with half-rebuilt walls. The populace greeted Rhaegar's presence with polite reverence, but the wariness in their eyes lingered. In some places, small children cowered at the sight of the dragons overhead, thinking them akin to the beasts rumored in bedtime terrors. Rhaegar ordered minimal aerial displays, not wishing to traumatize them. Instead, the retinue would land the dragons a short distance from a settlement, approach on foot, and meet the local folk face to face. Such gestures gradually eased the tension. Lords who had once suspected Targaryen overreach now seemed relieved that the monarchy took their plight to heart, that the dragons did not come solely to demand submission but to assure protection. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Prince Eman juggled the intricacies of governance. Early each morning, he convened a short meeting with the small council, addressing urgent matters. A partial revolt among disaffected farmers near the Blackwater, the capture of bandits who had pretended to be Corin's leftover servants, the forging of new trade pacts with Myr and Lys. Lords who once pressed King Rhaegar for favors now directed their entreaties to Eamon's temporary seat. His fairness won him cautious respect. Some courtiers discovered that while Eman lacked Rhaegar's polished diplomacy, he was decisive, forging quick judgments that cut through the tangle of petty politics. Not every one approved. Certain manipulative nobles lamented that the prince's directness left them fewer opportunities for subtle advantage. On more than one occasion, Eman found cause to descend into the city's winding streets, accompanied by a token guard. Though flea-bottom's stench assaulted him, he would smile at the children who scampered between stalls or paused to speak with ragged men who had fought in the north. They recounted nightmares of serpentine horrors in the waves, praising the Targaryens for delivering them from Corin's conjurations. Many asked if more beasts might lurk beyond sight. Eman never lied but tried to strike a hopeful chord. "We remain watchful," he would say, "but we believe the worst is behind us." Despite such words, he sometimes thought of the half-decayed carcasses that had washed ashore in the aftermath of the northern battles. Maesters had dissected them, describing partial lung structures adapted for amphibious life, even speculating they might breed in deep caverns. For each monstrous body found, there might be more unaccounted for. Yet, with their summoner gone, these creatures might never again coordinate an attack of that magnitude. That was the official stance, at least. Eman prayed it would remain true. He found respite in the dragon pit on certain afternoons, checking on the younger dragons. Under heavy guard, the caretakers led him through each enclosure. The thick smell of dung and roasted bones filled the air. Scaled heads swiveled at his approach, reptilian eyes measuring him with ancient caution. Some permitted a gentle stroke across their snouts, recognizing him by scent as a Targaryen. Others hissed or flared their wings, uneasy. The sabotage had ended, but the sense of a lingering curse made some keepers uneasy, half expecting a robed figure to emerge from the shadows at any moment. Eamon's presence gave them confidence. No illusions would slip past Vermithor's rider unchallenged, or so they believed. One afternoon, as he walked among the smaller dragons, a caretaker named Halden approached, tugging his cap. "Prince Eman, I'd speak with you if it please you. There's been whispers among us about an egg that's showing strange patterns. We're not sure if it's corruption from Corin's old sabotage or something else." Intrigued and alarmed, Eman nodded. "Show me." Halden led him to a low-ceilinged chamber carved into the bedrock beneath the main pit. There, resting in a cradle of hot coals, lay an egg about the size of a man's head. It was mottled red with streaks of black, typical of Targaryen lines, but faint flecks of pale blue speckled its surface like frost. The caretaker explained that in the last few days those blue flecks had spread, forming delicate veins that pulsed faintly under certain torchlight. They also noticed the egg's temperature occasionally dropped inexplicably despite the constant heat. Kneeling beside the cradle, Eman touched the shell. A subtle chill raced up his fingertips, though the coals beneath glowed red. He felt a faint heartbeat or something akin to it, but there was a disharmony to its rhythm. An unsettled dread coiled in his chest. Could this egg be tainted by Corin's stolen dragon egg from Pentos or by some leftover spell? No one had reported losing an egg recently, so it was more likely part of the normal brood. Yet the caretaker's alarm seemed warranted. Keep it under constant watch, Eman told Halden. Increase the coals, but also station a man with dragaglass weapons just in case. If it cracks prematurely or shows signs of hatching oddly, let me know at once. The caretaker bowed, relief on his face that the prince took it seriously. Eman left with a fresh worry to gnaw on. Until now, the sabotage had targeted existing hatchlings or unhatched eggs in more blatant ways: cracked shells, stolen clutches. This new phenomenon suggested something deeper, as if the line between normal draconic nature and the unnatural powers conjured by Corin still wavered. Days slipped by without further incident from the blue-veined egg, and Eman settled into a cautious rhythm of governance. Then, on a humid afternoon, a ravaged rider arrived in the city from the north. He bore a letter from Lord Wireless Manderley, sealed with House Manderley's merman sigil. The rider, dusty and exhausted, insisted on delivering it straight to Prince Eman, claiming it contained urgent news. Once the courier was brought water and allowed to rest a moment, Eman took the sealed parchment, noticing the crest of wax was cracked with travel weariness. The letter, in Lord Wireless's neat script, recounted a troubling event. A large creature, half-rotted, had washed ashore near Widow's Watch. It matched the monstrous shapes from the war, but this one had peculiar runes carved into its hide, reminiscent of Corin's brand. More disturbing was a local woman's testimony. She swore she heard wailing inside the carcass, as if something were still alive within. When the Manderley's men cut it open, they found only decaying flesh, though there were hollow cavities that might have once housed eggs or parasites. It suggested a horrifying possibility that the sea beasts might have tried to reproduce, or that Corin had embedded some twisted spawn inside them. The letter ended with Lord Wireless requesting immediate advice or help. Was this a sign the threat endured? Eman cursed under his breath. He had hoped the death of Corin Hall ended all such abominations. But if these creatures had reproduced, or if Corin's illusions extended beyond his demise, something malignant could linger. He was torn between the duty to remain in King's Landing, safeguarding the hatcheries and fulfilling Rhaegar's charge, and his instincts as a warrior who had once faced the monsters directly. Conferring with the small council, he debated sending a contingent north, but the city needed to maintain its own defenses. At length, he decided on a compromise. He would dispatch a royal expedition under a reliable commander, perhaps Ser Brynden Massey, accompanied by one lesser dragon if possible, to investigate. If the threat proved dire, they would send word for him to come personally. That evening, he penned a letter to Rhaegar explaining the new development. He also visited the Dragonette, where he conferred with a young Targaryen cousin, Eloise Waters, who had just bonded with a small but agile female dragon named Pale Smoke. Eloise was cautious but hungry for glory, traits Eman hoped would translate into prudent leadership if she was well advised by an experienced knight. He proposed that Eloise join Ser Brynden's expedition, taking Pale Smoke north to White Harbor. "Show me you can handle this duty," he said. "If you succeed, your place in House Targaryen's future will be secure." The young rider's eyes gleamed with excitement and nerves, but she bowed in acceptance, determined to prove her worth. In the following days, as that expedition prepared to set sail, a second letter arrived from the Stormlands. This one carried Rhaegar's personal seal, describing the success of his visit to Dorne and the slow taming of the leftover Sellswords. He wrote that the desert had recovered from the incursion with surprising vigor, thanks in part to the unwavering Martell pride. Then he mentioned moving on to the Reach next, hoping to grace Highgarden with a short stay. Hearing this, Eman exhaled relief. The southern front seemed secure enough. He only prayed the northern anomalies wouldn't undermine that fragile stability. For the realm was never short of hidden perils, and Eman's sense of foreboding about the monstrous echoes in the sea only grew each time he recalled the rotted carcass from Widow's Watch. Indeed, for all the outward displays of unity and celebration, not everyone welcomed the Targaryens with open arms. In certain corners, old resentment smoldered. Some lesser houses in the Stormlands had not forgotten ancient slights from Targaryen reigns past, or how the monarchies might overshadow their independence. In the Westerlands, rumors of Lannister pride abraded by Targaryen demands circulated. The Faith of the Seven, while mostly loyal, still remembered the days when the Targaryens flirted with incestuous unions and subtle dabblings in sorcery. Even among the small folk, a vocal minority questioned whether the monarchy's reliance on dragons might bring about a new doom, like the Valyrian cataclysm repeated on Westerosi soil. These whispers were faint, overshadowed by the realm's immediate gratitude that the monstrous threat had receded. Yet such seeds could grow in the right climate. Rhaegar, traveling northward along the wide roads that connected Dorne to the Reach, felt hints of this undercurrent in the guarded questions posed by various lords. Would the monarchy remain vigilant for future sorceress threats, or had the Targaryens themselves unintentionally awakened powers best left dormant? Some alluded to the infiltration at Dragonstone, where strange footprints vanished into walls as a sign that the monarchy danced too close to black arts. Rhaegar would give measured answers emphasizing House Targaryen's commitment to the realm's safety, never admitting any deeper involvement with Shadowbinders or wards. In truth, he struggled with the knowledge that he had indeed turned to at least one Shadowbinder, Lady Miraxis, for help. Her wards had proven invaluable in catching a disguised sorcerer's acolyte, yet he worried that forging such alliances might encourage the impression that Targaryens no longer trusted steel and flame alone. Around them, the terrain softened into the verdant splendor of the Reach. Fields of wheat and barley stretched toward the horizon, dotted with orchard groves and meandering streams. Highgarden rose in the distance like a vision from a song, its pale ramparts twined with flowering vines and overshadowed by the famed castle gardens that gave the region its name. The approach to Highgarden was lined with small folk eager to glimpse the traveling king, and even more eager to see Rhaella Targaryen's green dragon coasting in lazy circles overhead. Children squealed in delight, while some older folk watched with a wary acceptance. The orchard-laden roads were thick with travelers, merchants, and visiting lords who had come to see the royal progress pass by. At Highgarden's gates, Lord Garland Tyrell, elderly but still upright, welcomed Rhaegar with a measured flourish, flanked by a colorful retinue of knights in bright green cloaks. The Tyrell insignia, a golden rose, fluttered in the breeze. Minstrels played tunes of old chivalric romance, evoking the days of Aegon the Conqueror's forging of the realm. Some wondered if the Tyrells, second only to the Targaryens in symbolic prestige, might ever challenge the monarchy's dominion. But as Garland knelt before Rhaegar, pledging his unwavering loyalty, it seemed no sign of immediate conflict lurked in that polished courtyard. Within the halls of Highgarden, Rhaegar found the atmosphere luxurious, full of perfumed breezes drifting from the gardens and tables laden with fruits, cheeses, spiced wines, honeyed breads. The king exchanged pleasantries with the Tyrell family, including younger scions who looked starry-eyed at the notion of traveling dragons perched near their fields. Rhaella's green drake caused particular curiosity among the ladies of the castle, who bombarded her with questions about feeding, grooming, and the forging of rider-dragon bonds. She answered with patience, her manner formal yet kind, though she kept certain truths hidden, the Targaryen secrets that had endured for centuries. Yet amid the feasting and courtly gossip, Rhaegar sensed undercurrents of tension. A few of the Tyrell bannermen cast appraising looks at him as though measuring the monarchy's strength. Whispers abounded about unwed daughters, alliances, possible matches to tie the Tyrell line closer to House Targaryen. Rhaegar was well aware that, historically, House Tyrell had sometimes bristled at the monarchy's overshadowing presence. Mace Tyrell's ancestors had once tried to wield subtle influence by intermarriages. For the moment, the talk remained cordial, overshadowed by the more pressing matter of the realm's recovery. Still, the glances lingered. To maintain good relations, Rhaegar accepted an invitation to ride out with Garland Tyrell and a small party into the famed gardens outside the castle walls, a vast orchard and rose maze famed throughout Westeros. Though Rhaella and Eman were initially reluctant to leave the dragons, they at last agreed to accompany the king on horseback, trusting that the keep's yard, secured by Tyrell knights, would keep the dragons safe for a short time. So the group set off on a mild afternoon, winding down gentle paths lined with blossoming hedges, sweet with the perfume of thousands of flowers. Minstrels walked ahead, plucking soft chords on lutes. For a while, it seemed an idyll, a glimpse of Westeros as it might be without war or monstrous threats. However, as the party rounded a bend near a small orchard pond, a sudden hush fell. A single rider emerged from behind a towering rosebush wearing drab leathers and a hood that obscured most features. The Tyrell knights tensed, moving to block the figure. Garland Tyrell called out, demanding the stranger's name. Instead of an answer, the figure flung back the hood. It was a woman with dusky skin and short-cropped black hair, a faint scar running across one cheek. Her eyes flicked with disquieting intensity, and a ragged symbol was stitched onto her sleeve, the self-devouring dragon of Corin's cult. "Traitor King," she spat, voice echoing in the orchard's hush. "You think Corin's death ends the age of reckoning? His blood calls from the ground, and the sea shall rise again. By your folly, you have unleashed forces that will devour you." Before the knights could react, she yanked a flask from her belt and hurled it at Rieger's group. Quick reflexes saved him. Garland Tyrell jerked his horse forward, taking the brunt of whatever fluid sprayed out. A sizzling hiss erupted, and Garland cried out, toppling from his saddle, flesh smoking where the substance splashed him. The woman lunged, drawing a short, curved blade from beneath her cloak. At once, Tyrell knights converged. Riella spurred her mount forward, reaching for the dagger at her hip. In that chaos, the assassin managed a single slash, but her blade found only air as the knights crashed into her, knocking her down. A swirl of steel pinned her to the grass, and she let out a guttural laugh, spitting blood as a sword point pressed her neck. Rieger, dismounting in alarm, knelt by Garland Tyrell. The older lord twitched in agony, eyes rolling back. A vile chemical sizzled on his garments, burning through cloth and biting into his flesh. Riella hissed an exclamation, rummaging in her saddlebag for salves, but the damage spread quickly. Even as Rieger pressed a kerchief to the wound, Garland's breathing ragged. The orchard air reeked of scorched skin. Within moments, his body stilled, eyes glazing. A hush of horror swept over the garden. The Tyrell knights stared, appalled. Rieger's face blanched with shock, grief flickering across his features. Then his expression hardened. He turned on the assassin, who was now pinned by two knights, each gripping an arm. "Who are you? How dare you murder a loyal lord?" he demanded. But her eyes gleamed with madness. "Your downfall is assured," she croaked. "Corin's will endures, and the sea's power grows in hidden places. Your dragons will feed the very tide they think to master." Then she bit down on something concealed in her mouth. Likely poison, for she convulsed, foam frothing at her lips, and died before their eyes. Another hush fell, more chilling this time. Riella looked from the dead assassin to the fallen Garland Tyrell. A single tear escaped her stoic expression, for the Lord's final moments had been agonizing. The orchard erupted in frenzied action. Guards rushed in, local healers were summoned, though too late for Garland. Rieger closed the man's eyes, breathing raggedly. Lord Tyrell's death was sure to send tremors through the Reach. More alarming was the realization that Corin's cult was not as dead as they had hoped. This woman's presence, her rambling of the sea's power, indicated pockets of fanatics who might strike anywhere. The monarchy's illusions of security, buoyed by Corin's demise, had just been shattered. Back at Highgarden, the news spread rapidly, overshadowing the initial welcome. The Tyrell household reeled at the sudden loss of their lord. Some demanded vengeance on the Targaryens, suspecting that harboring dragons had drawn evil from across the sea. Others recognized it as an assassination aimed at undermining the monarchy's efforts to unify the realm. Rieger moved swiftly, conferring with Tyrell heirs, promising justice and restitution, but the tension was palpable. The orchard was cordoned off, the assassin's body examined for clues, though nothing beyond the cult symbol and the poison capsule was discovered. This was not a simple local disgruntlement. It was a pointed, symbolic killing. Rieger spent that night in sleepless grief, cursing the illusions of victory that had lulled them. Gaiman Waters, equally distraught, offered to scour the region by Dragonback, hunting for conspirators. But Rieger ordered caution. If a network of these fanatics existed, they might have hideouts in many corners of Westeros. A single blind search would accomplish little. Instead, the king drafted urgent ravens to Prince Eman, to lords across the land, to the master of whisperers in King's Landing. The letter's tone was grim. Corin's cult survived. They had begun a campaign of clandestine terror, threatening not only the Targaryens but any who allied with them. In King's Landing, the news arrived a day later, delivered by a breathless raven. Eman read it in the presence of the small council. Horror and fury warred in his chest. That Corin's acolytes would strike so brazenly, and so precisely, wounded the monarchy's reputation as protectors. He at once ordered the city watch to comb the streets for any sign of these cultists. Yet King's Landing was a maze of twisting alleys, stuffed with refugees from the recent conflicts, mercenaries, smugglers, and travelers. If even a few of these fanatics lurked within, they could strike at the heart of the city before anyone realized. Lady Miraxis, the ass-high shadowbinder who had aided them once, stepped forward. She had lingered in King's Landing at Rhaegar's invitation, maintaining her wards. In her low, measured voice, she proposed forging a net of illusions to detect those who carried certain malignant energies. "Blood calls to blood, Your Highness," she said to Eman. "We can craft wards that respond to the brand of Corin's cult. It will not be perfect, but it may reveal those who harbor that same twisted spark. The risk is, of course, that I might be seen as meddling in greater magics, stirring more suspicion." Eman weighed the choice. In the face of infiltration, mundane watchmen might fail. The wards had already proven their worth once. Yet the more they relied on mere access, the more the monarchy's image entwined with shadowy arts. Was it a lesser evil than letting Corin's cult roam free? After a tense silence, he nodded. "Begin your wards. Subtly. I want no public demonstrations that feed rumor. Use your oils and incantations in key places, entry gates, palace corridors. We must not let fear paralyze us, but we need every advantage." Still reeling from the orchard assassination, Rhaegar remained at Highgarden longer than intended, tending to funeral arrangements for Garland Tyrell and consoling his family. The old lord had younger kin, including a grandson who would inherit, but the transition jolted the stable politics of the Reach. Highgarden stewards insisted the monarchy's presence at the funeral was an honor, though behind closed doors some muttered that the Targaryens had brought a plague of assassination down upon them. For his part, Rhaegar tried to ensure the funeral was suitably solemn and respectful. He gave a eulogy praising Garland's service to the realm. Riella and Gaiman stood at his side, their draconic presence both a testament to Targaryen power and a reminder of the threat that still shadowed them. Across the realm, lords who had only begun to relax after Corin's downfall now redoubled their guard. Some instructed their knights to examine travelers for the cult's brand, a coiled dragon devouring its own tail. Others circulated sketches describing the symbol, though cultists might easily hide it beneath clothing. Old enmities softened a little as leaders realized the new danger was universal. Meanwhile, rumors from the seas indicated that the monstrous beasts had all but disappeared, leaving only occasional sightings of dead or dying creatures. Yet few were comforted. A mortal assassin, cunningly placed, could achieve what a towering sea beast could not, sow terror at the monarchy's side. Prince Eman, under growing pressure, increased the city watch's presence around the Red Keep. He also posted additional Targaryen riders in the skies, if only as a symbol that the monarchy was alert. One late afternoon, as he strolled along the battlements, a voice behind him spoke softly, "Still the realm's shield, I see." It was Princess Riella, who had flown ahead from Highgarden to report on events. Her green dragon perched on a spire behind her, wings folded like a giant cat's. She had traveled fast, almost covertly, to consult with Eman about the cult threat while Rhaegar remained in the Reach. Eman smiled, though a line of tension furrowed his brow. "Welcome home, cousin. I'd no idea you were coming so soon." She shrugged one shoulder. "Rhaegar asked me to carry messages quickly. Gaiman stayed behind, but I was keen to see the city again." "And you?" She studied him. "How go things here?" "Busy," he admitted. "We are warding the gates, searching for cult spies, and praying that they are few." "And you? Is the king safe?" Riella's face pinched with worry. "As safe as can be in the wake of Garland Tyrell's murder. I fear Rhaegar bears guilt over it, though he was the target. He wants to continue the royal progress eventually to show the realm he will not be cowed by terror. But now he must remain in Highgarden to calm tensions." Eman nodded. "And the monstrous creatures?" "Gone mostly. The men-at-arms in the southern coasts have no sightings to report. The Manderleys in the north still occasionally find carcasses, but that's it. It's these cultists who remain the real danger. They're cunning, and they can strike anywhere. Not just with swords or poison, but with illusions, curses. We don't fully know their capabilities." They walked in silence a moment, boots clicking on stone, passing a line of guards who saluted. Below, in the city streets, citizens bustled about, unaware of the confessions being shared on the battlements above. Smoke curled from chimneys, hawkers cried wares. Another day in King's Landing, but behind the facade everyone knew shadows lurked. Riella paused, leaning on the crenellations. Sometimes I fear the realm may never again know true peace. There's always some threat waiting in the wings, rebellious lords, sorcery, or outside powers who envy our dragons. And the more dragons we have, the more our enemies resent us. Eman set a hand on her shoulder, letting a soft sigh escape. We Targaryens have always lived on a blade's edge. If the dragons had gone extinct, perhaps we'd be an ordinary monarchy. But we are not, and so we carry that burden of fire and blood. We do not choose it. We only endure. She turned, offering a faint smile tinged with sadness. That's the very line Rhaegar would use. Endure. I hope one day we do more than endure. I hope we thrive. They parted with a shared sense of purpose. Eman returned to the Great Hall, Riella to coordinate with the Watchers on the dragon pits. Over the next few days, she aided Lady Miraxis in reinforcing wards around the city gates, using subtle markings that passers-by seldom noticed. If a known cult sigil approached, the wards might flare, alerting Watchers. Still, both women knew illusions were flexible. If the cultists found a new trick, detection might fail. News from the north trickled in. Serbrinden Massey and Eloise Waters reached White Harbor safely. They discovered no direct threat beyond the decaying carcass, though rumors persisted of faint glowing shapes off distant shores. Lord Wylis Manderley, relieved by the Crown's swift response, wrote that he would maintain a vigilant watch. The sense of crisis diminished slightly, overshadowed by the new issue of cultist assassinations. Eman wondered if the realm had exchanged one terror for another, the monstrous sea beasts for a hidden network of zealots. Yet he forced himself to believe that a group of mortal fanatics, however cunning, could be rooted out more reliably than an invasion of abominations from the deeps. Midway through that month, Rhaegar finally departed Highgarden, leaving a skeleton retinue to help the Tyrells stabilize. He resolved to continue a shortened version of the royal progress, mostly for the symbolism of not yielding to fear. Gaiman soared overhead on his bronze dragon, scouting for miles around. Outside the gates, peasants doffed caps, cheering the king's resilience, though sorrow lingered over the orchard murder. A few even threw roses under the horses' hooves as if to honor Lord Garland's memory. From there, the king's party wound its way northeast, crossing the Mander River, making for Old Town. In that ancient city of spires and knowledge, where the High Tower overlooked the harbor, Rhaegar was met with a subdued welcome. The High Towers were proud allies of the Tyrells, so Garland's slaying had stung them deeply. Nonetheless, they recognized Rhaegar's sincerity in forging unity and accepted him as a guest. The Citadel offered a formal reception, Grand Masters bowing stiffly, though some peered inquisitively at Riella's dragon overhead. The presence of living dragons always rekindled the Maester's curiosity. Some yearned to study them, record their biology in more detail. Yet the Targaryens rarely permitted such intrusive scrutiny, mindful of how once, centuries ago, the Maesters were said to have meddled in the demise of dragons. The Citadel insisted that was rumor, but the old tensions endured. During his stay, Rhaegar met privately with the conclave, hoping to glean new insights into the cult. The Archmasters, robed in chains of many metals, politely explained that Corin's brand evoked certain heretical Valyrian texts referencing a draconic Ouroboros symbolizing cyclical destruction and rebirth. One Archmaester, an elderly man with rings glinting of copper and steel, admitted that centuries ago renegade sorcerers from the Valyrian diaspora had studied how to invert a dragon's bond with its rider. But the tradition had seemed extinct. We found no complete text describing how one might summon or control creatures of the sea, the Archmaester said, nor how to sustain illusions after the summoner's death. But knowledge can survive in corners unknown to us. If these cultists keep any relics, they might be able to replicate fragments of Corin's power. Or they might simply rely on fanaticism and poison. Rhaegar left the meeting unsettled. The notion that the monarchy fought enemies dabbling in knowledge as old as Valyria and as twisted reinforced the sense that House Targaryen's greatest strength and vulnerability lay in the arcane. The conclave offered assistance, a pair of acolytes skilled in decoding runes to accompany him back to King's Landing. He accepted warily. Additional scholarship might help unravel the cult's references to the drowned serpent or the living egg. Even the littlest clue could prevent another deadly ambush. From Old Town, Rhaegar pressed onward, traveling east until at last, weeks later, he came upon the Rose Road leading toward King's Landing. Signs of the capital's bustle appeared in the form of caravans, traveling minstrels, and wagons heaped with produce from the Reach. The sightings of overhead dragons brought excitement among the small folk. By the time Rhaegar's retinue reached the city gates, the watchers on the walls had prepared a formal welcome. Word spread quickly through the streets, the king has returned. Despite the tensions, the impetus for a lavish homecoming was strong. Drummers beat rhythmic welcomes, banners fluttered from every tower. High Septon's blessings rang from the great September of Baelor. Prince Eman awaited Rhaegar in the Red Keep's courtyard, wearing a sober expression. As the king dismounted, the two embraced, relief etched in their faces. Rhaegar's eyes flicked over the assembled court. He spotted Lady Miraxis standing quietly in the background, and the presence of new wards along the keep's gates reminded him that infiltration was still a fear. A swirl of lesser lords parted to let the king pass. Gaiman Waters dismounted from his bronze dragon outside the city, guiding it to the dragon pit. Riella took her green drake there as well. They would rejoin the court after seeing to the beasts. In a smaller, more private gathering within the castle, Rhaegar and Eman exchanged news, flanked by Grand Maester Arwell, Larys Rivers, and a few trusted knights. Rhaegar's face was drawn, reflecting both sorrow for Lord Garland and the weight of traveling. Eman reported the minimal progress in rooting out cult conspirators within the city. None had been caught crossing the wards in any overt manner, and no illusions had been detected in the keep itself. If cultists lurked in King's Landing, they were either extremely cautious or absent. But that did little to calm the possibility of an imminent attack. Then Eman mentioned the peculiar egg showing strange blue veins. Rhaegar's brow knitted, concern flaring. That's not typical of any known Targaryen line. Could it be a random mutation? Or something left by Corin's infiltration? Arwell pursed his lips. We tested it for cracks or sabotage, but found none. The caretaker says it remains cold on occasion, as though resisting our attempts to warm it. Almost a reversal of draconic nature which thrives on fire. Rhaegar sat back, troubled. We should isolate it at once, perhaps remove it to Dragonstone where wards might protect it. Or destroy it if we suspect corruption. Eman considered the latter option, but to destroy a dragon egg, however suspicious, was no light matter. The Targaryens had always guarded each egg jealously, a testament to the line's continuing power. Let me examine it personally before we make a final decision, he said at last. If it shows any sign of twisted life or unholy reaction, I'll see it destroyed. But if it's merely a random anomaly, we risk discarding a potential hatchling. Our line needs to remain strong. Rhaegar nodded gravely, deferring to his brother's experience with dragon rearing. The talk then shifted to the biggest question: how to neutralize the cult. Larys Rivers revealed new intelligence, a rumor that an affluent Lysine merchant in the city sought black market artifacts rumored to be from Corin's hoard. If so, cult remnants might be financing themselves by selling or bartering these items. If they were, it was a path to infiltration. Rhaegar authorized a covert operation to track and intercept any such trade, hoping it would lead them to the cult's local leadership. A few men, handpicked by Larys, would pose as smugglers offering relics. If any shadowy buyer emerged, they would capture and interrogate them. While these plans took shape, Lady Miraxis lingered discreetly in the corridors, watching with eyes that seemed to drink in every detail. She told Arwell she sensed a residue of shifting energies in the capital's aura, a leftover from the infiltration and possibly connected to the suspicious egg. Yet she offered no direct counsel unless asked, wary of overshadowing the monarchy's authority. Rhaegar and Eman used her wards but kept her at arm's length, mindful of the inherent risk in letting a foreign shadowbinder gain too deep a foothold in the realm's affairs. Late one night, a day after the king's return, Eman made his way down into the deep sublevels beneath the Red Keep, where the suspicious egg had been placed in a secluded chamber for observation. Two sturdy guards stood outside the iron-bound door, torchlight flickering on their breastplates. They saluted as the prince approached. Inside, the chamber was warm, heated by braziers, though Eman immediately felt a subtle chill near the egg's cradle. A single caretaker, old Halden, sat dozing on a stool, a crossbow with a dragonglass-dipped bolt by his side. He jolted awake at Eman's presence. The egg lay in a shallow pit of coals, the orange glow painting its shell in shifting colors. At a glance, it looked like a typical Targaryen egg with red and black whorls. But as Eman knelt, he saw the faint network of pale blue veins shimmering under the surface. It reminded him unsettlingly of the runic scarring on the sea beasts. He extended a hand, letting it hover an inch above the shell. Icy air prickled his fingertips. Then, softly, he felt the slightest vibration. Halden swallowed hard. It's been like that more often now, M. Lord. Sometimes it trembles on its own. The coals should keep it warm, but it always seems cold to the touch. Eman pressed a single fingertip to the shell. A flash of sensation jolted him, like a static shock, but colder. He recoiled, heart pounding. The caretaker peered at him in concern, but Eman steadied himself. No illusions, no immediate sign of a hatchling stirring within. Yet he sensed an unnatural contradiction. The egg yearned for heat while exuding cold. Could it be some residue of Valyrian magic twisted by Corin's meddling? Or was it a freakish new phenomenon in draconic evolution? He told Haldon to continue the watch. Tomorrow, he would bring Rhaegar and possibly Lady Miraxis to examine it. If they determined it was tainted beyond saving, they would consign it to the flames for thorough destruction. Best not to wait until it hatched, unleashing who knew what. Haldon nodded nervously, promising vigilance. Eman left, heading back up the winding stairs with the uneasy feeling that, in their attempt to safeguard Targaryen power, they might be harboring a seed of further doom. Over the next 2 days, events in the city grew more ominous. Despite Larys Rivers' attempt to lure out the cultists by posing as smugglers, no direct lead surfaced. Whispers, however, suggested a new wave of sabotage might be planned. A minor septon vanished from his cell in the Great September. Another man turned up half-mad near the docks, ranting about watery voices calling him to the deep. Lady Miraxis quietly said she felt the wards shudder one night as if tested by an unseen presence, though no intruder was caught. Tension coiled in the Red Keep's corridors. Then, on a moonlit evening, Eman escorted Rhaegar, Riella, and Lady Miraxis down to the hidden chamber to examine the egg. They found it trembling more vigorously than before, the coals around it half extinguished by an aura of cold that clashed with logic. When Rhaegar touched the shell, he recoiled as well, eyes wide. Riella frowned, stepping forward with a small vial of warming oil. She dripped it onto the shell, but the droplets hissed and steamed as if placed on ice. Lady Miraxis, kneeling, traced a warding glyph in the air. A swirl of faint red light glimmered around the egg but parted over the shell as if deflected. "This is no random mutation," Miraxis murmured, voice hushed. "Something else stirs in this egg. Some discordant power. It is neither purely draconic nor purely watery, but a distortion of both. Could Corin's final curses have infected it?" Rhaegar shared a quick look with Eman. The memory of Corin's talk of uniting water and fire in some catastrophic birth flickered in their minds. The dread that the cult might have seeded an abomination within a Targaryen egg tightened the air. The king straightened, his eyes hard. "We destroy it, then. I will not risk hatching a new horror." Eman opened his mouth to agree, but the caretaker Haldon spoke up, voice shaking. "Sire, if I may, sometimes in the last day, I heard a faint squeaking from within. Could it be a living, normal hatchling crying for more heat?" Miraxis shook her head. "No normal hatchling exudes an aura of cold to snuff out coals. This is a corruption." She looked to the king. "If you destroy it, do so with the strongest flame. Let no shard remain." Eman felt a pang, remembering how precious each egg was to House Targaryen's legacy. But the alternative was unthinkable. Letting this egg hatch a monster. He nodded grimly. "Better to be safe. We'll use dragonfire at dawn." Rhaegar was about to dismiss them, instructing them to prepare the courtyard for a controlled burn, when something happened. The egg shuddered violently, cracks flaring across its surface in an intricate web of black fissures. A hush fell. Riella grabbed Eamon's arm, eyes wide. The caretaker stumbled back, nearly dropping his torch. Rhaegar gestured for everyone to stand ready. Lady Miraxis lifted her hand, conjuring a swirling ember of red light in her palm, prepared to cast some warding spell. They watched, hearts pounding, as the cracks spread, pale blue luminescence leaking from within. It was as if the shell fought against itself, trying to be cold while the cracks glowed like heated veins. With a final convulsion, the egg burst. Chunks of shell clattered on the coals, sending up sparks. In the center lay a small, twitching shape damp with embryonic fluid. It might have been the size of a cat, vaguely draconic in form, scaled limbs, a tail, tiny wings plastered to its body. But But something was off. The scales were an odd mixture of red and pale blue, and a watery film enveloped it, glistening as if coated in a translucent membrane. It opened a tiny mouth, releasing a hoarse squeak that ended in a hiss. Then it lifted its head, blinking milky eyes, and the air chilled further. Eman moved first, stepping forward with sword half-drawn, uncertain if this newborn was friend or foe. Rhaegar raised a hand, cautioning him to wait. The tiny creature, shivering in the coals, tried to stand, only to collapse. Its tail flicked, and droplets of that watery film spattered across the stones. Where they landed, frost formed. Lady Miraxis uttered a quiet exclamation of alarm. Rhaella stared, torn between maternal instinct toward any dragon hatchling and fear of the unnatural display. Then the hatchling let out a high, piercing cry. The brazier's flames guttered in response, as though the heat were being siphoned away. A swirl of white mist coalesced near the creature's maw, half vapor, half something else. Instantly Rhaegar barked, "Stand aside." In a single motion, he flung out his hand, summoning the Targaryen capacity for commanding dragons, the intangible presence that had cowed lesser beasts. But this hatchling flinched only slightly, then let out another cry, and shards of ice began to form along the coals, sizzling in the remaining heat. Eman's instincts roared. With a grimace, he drew his blade. "It's corrupted. Rhaella, Miraxis, get back." Yet even as he spoke, the caretaker lunged in a moment of misguided compassion, trying to wrap the creature in a warm cloth. The hatchling turned its head. Another shrill cry. A burst of freezing vapor hissed from its tiny jaws, engulfing Haldan's hand. The caretaker screamed, stumbling back. His hand was encased in rime, flesh turning blue. Panic exploded in the chamber. At that instant, Rhaella overcame her shock. She sprang forward, seized Haldan's collar, and dragged him away from the pit. The hatchling attempted to flap its wet wings, pitifully failing but still radiating that aura of biting cold. Lady Miraxis stepped forth, eyes flashing. She hurled her conjured ember at the creature. The spark struck it, sending a crackle of arcane energy skittering across its scales. The hatchling let out a squeal of pain, rearing back. Yet as soon as the spark faded, the frost aura resumed, creeping outward. Ice crystals formed on the flagstones. Rhaegar clenched his fists. "I will end this." He inhaled, focusing the Targaryen gift, an intangible fire in his blood that could sometimes sway or calm dragons. But this beast was no ordinary dragon. It shrieked again, the temperature plummeting. He felt the intangible bond repulsed by something else, a presence that reeked of watery gloom and stolen life. Summoning an iron resolve, he gestured to Eman. "Now." Eman leaped forward, sword raised, prepared to strike. The hatchling hissed, scuttling sideways. Frost crackled beneath its talons. A single stroke might be enough to kill it if his blade could find the heart. But the caretaker lay sprawled behind the pit, half-frozen, complicating Eman's angle of attack. Lady Miraxis tossed another ember, which burst overhead in an arc of shimmering sparks. The hatchling squealed, distracting it. Eman seized the moment, swinging his sword down in a swift slash. The blade connected with the small creature's neck. A wet crunch followed by a flash of blue fluid that spattered the coals. A keening wail escaped the hatchling as it slumped, limbs twitching. The aura of cold lingered for a breath, then receded, leaving behind a swirl of faint steam as the residual frost melted in the renewed warmth of the braziers. Silence dropped like a stone. Eman withdrew his sword, breathing hard. A swirl of nauseous dread twisted his stomach. The half-formed draconic shape lay still, crimson and pale blue scales slick with a fluid that smelled faintly of brine. Lady Miraxis advanced, carefully chanting a phrase that caused her red ember to hover, scanning the remains. No further bursts of cold. The threat was done. Haldan groaned in pain, clutching his ice-burned hand. Rhaella, tears brimming, pressed a cloth to his wrist, trying to warm the limb. Rhaegar exhaled shakily, fists unclenching. "It was not a true dragon," Rhaegar said, voice thick with grief and disgust. "Some unholy amalgam. Corin's final weapon, hidden in an egg." Eman nodded numbly. He'd never in his life had to kill a hatching, let alone a twisted abomination that wore draconic features. Yet he also recalled the monstrous shapes in the sea, each a distortion of Valyrian essence. They had glimpsed it on the beach, in the illusions, in Corin's final ravings. Part of him wanted to break down in rage or sorrow, but he steadied himself, refusing to let horror master him. Rhaella rubbed at her cheek, smearing tears away. "Thank the gods we discovered it before it could grow." Lady Miraxis, trembling, motioned for the guards. They entered, stunned at the carnage. She instructed them to fetch a brazier of dragon fire or else a pyre in the yard. They must destroy every scrap of the remains. Rhaegar agreed. "No trace. We bury no bone, no scale. Reduce it to ash." While the guards carefully scooped the carcass onto an iron tray, Eman bent to comfort Halden. The caretaker's hand was badly frostbitten, though with prompt attention from Grand Maester Arwell he might keep most of his fingers. Riella supervised the removal of the creature's remains. All the while, the taste of dread clung to the air like a thick fog. The sense that House Targaryen's seat of power had nearly hosted a new horror remained in everyone's minds, intangible yet potent. By the time the abomination's body was hauled away, the braziers felt no warmer. The next morning, word of a strange disturbance in the Red Keep spread among the staff. They whispered that Prince Eman had confronted a cursed dragon, that the king had unleashed hidden fire to slay a demon. Rumors spiraled out of control, though the monarchy's official stance was that an ailing egg had been destroyed for the brood's health. Lady Meraxis's presence only fueled the speculation. Some muttered the Targaryens now consorted with warlocks. Others claimed the abomination was proof the monarchy was cursed. Eman gave orders to keep the actual details under wraps, lest the realm panic. Yet a kingdom brimming with suspicion could always find fresh fodder. Rhaegar, incensed by this new threat, demanded the entire brood be inspected. He also commanded a thorough search of the vaults to ensure no other compromised eggs remained. Targaryen riders scoured Dragonstone and the Dragon Pit to confirm each egg's provenance. The sabotage seemed singular to that one egg, but the monarchy refused to be caught unawares again. Rhaegar's mood darkened with each passing day, the orchard assassination and the twisted hatchling forming a twin assault on his hopes of final peace. Though no outward sign of the cult appeared in King's Landing, the king suspected they lingered somewhere, possibly in Essos or hidden in the corners of Westeros, plotting a more devastating blow. Eman found himself wrestling with new doubts. He had triumphed in open battle against monstrous sea beasts, but these subtle intrusions, assassins' cursed eggs, slipped through the cracks. Dragons could raise armies, but they couldn't scorch a hidden cult in 1,000 different corners at once. The realm's sheer size, from the biting winters of the north to the scorching deserts of Dorne, gave conspirators ample room to hide. And if every measure they took risked deeper association with the arcane, House Targaryen might tarnish its image as noble protectors descending into the shadows where Corin once lurked. Still, they pressed on. The monarchy's response was methodical, employing watchers, forging alliances, exchanging letters with local lords to weed out suspicious gatherings. Word spread that any who harbored the Serpent Dragon sigil would be named traitor. Some captures occurred, minor hedge knights or nameless wanderers who bore coded messages referencing the drowned serpent. None proved high-ranking. Their interrogations yielded only vague references to a prophecy that one day, water and fire would birth the great devourer. The cult believed Corin's death but a prelude to another figure's ascension, though no name emerged. Anxiety gnawed at the monarchy's edges, overshadowing the realm's slow return to normalcy. Thus, the days stretched into weeks, with Westeros suspended between relief that the monstrous sea beasts no longer threatened them in force and dread of fresh cult attacks. Rhaegar kept the lords informed, traveling only short distances from the capital now, refusing to let a single open route exist for another orchard-like ambush. He and Eman convened daily, exchanging intelligence, sorting out the demands of governance. The city's walls were reinforced, more ballistae mounted, and the watchers near the coast of Blackwater Bay maintained signals in case of unusual sightings. Yet the sea remained calm, the creatures vanished to some unknown doom. Life went on in uneasy vigilance. In the quiet hours, Targaryen dragons soared above the city. Some watchers found solace in their presence, an unbroken line of living flame that had defended Westeros for centuries. Others looked up with a flicker of fear, remembering that dragons could be as destructive as the abominations if turned astray. But for now, they remained loyal to the monarchy's cause. King Rhaegar, forging a stoic path, promised the realm he would root out the cult as thoroughly as his brother had destroyed the sea monsters. Meanwhile, in the gloom of a hidden crypt somewhere across the narrow sea, a handful of robed figures gathered around a flickering brazier. The air stank of brine and decay. One figure lifted a chunk of shell, pale and gleaming with faint runes, placing it reverently on a stone slab. With measured, melodic chanting, they traced the outline of Corin's Ereboro's sigil in the dust. Each voice joined in unholy harmony, praising the memory of their fallen master, calling forth the essence of water and fire entwined. They had lost the war for now, and their attempts to birth an abomination in the Targaryen brood had been thwarted. But the faithful believed in the cyclical prophecy. The drowned serpent would rise again, perhaps in another generation, perhaps in another form, to shatter the illusions of the realm's safety. For them, Corin's legacy was not a failure, it was a blueprint. And the blueprint remained etched in their blood. In blissful ignorance of that gathering, Westeros carried on. Prince Eman and King Rhaegar labored day by day, forging alliances, stamping out conspirators, ensuring no more twisted eggs blighted the hatcheries. Though no open war threatened the realm, the calm was laced with tension. Lords rebuilt, peasants harvested, merchants traded, and the dragon soared. In time, some wondered if the threat had passed for good, that the orchard assassination was the cult's last gasp. Yet a subtle wariness remained, as if everyone sensed that the story had not ended, merely slipped into a quieter chapter. House Targaryen held the realm together with living flame, but shadows still lurked on its edges, waiting for the hour when secrets born of watery gloom might again test the mettle of dragons. Seasons turned. The memory of Corin Hall's horrors faded into legends, half forgotten by small folk more concerned with next year's harvest or local feuds. The monarchy held strong, forging new ties with the Tyrell heirs, awarding Lord Garland's successor privileges and continuing to monitor reports of cult activity. On calm nights, Rhaegar sometimes retired to the library, reading dusty Valyrian tomes by lamplight, searching for any mention of combining watery powers with draconic flame. The references were cryptic, contradictory, but he gleaned that such attempts had always ended in cataclysm. Perhaps, he thought, we have averted that cataclysm for now. Prince Eman, for his part, gradually returned to his old duties in the field. He took Vermithor on short flights across the Crownlands, visiting towns to reassure them of the monarchy's presence. The applause that greeted him felt genuine. The realm had not forgotten that he had once soared into battle with these monstrous horrors, facing them down with fire. Yet always in his mind lurked the half-remembered shapes of those serpentine beasts in the waves and the final confrontation with a twisted draconic hatchling. If it had matured, if Corin's sabotage had gone unnoticed, might the realm have faced a new breed of terror that dwarfed even the monstrous shapes from the sea? Such speculation was best left unspoken, for fear is a contagious flame. But in quiet corners, Eman confided in Riella or confided in himself. The Targaryens had walked the narrow line once more, neither consumed by black sorcery nor undone by watery doom. Still, each crisis chipped away at the illusions of unassailable might. The dragons had not died, but that alone did not guarantee safety from those who sought to twist or pervert them. And so House Targaryen carried on, the greatest house in Westeros, guiding a realm that had glimpsed new nightmares and triumphed for a while. On a mild summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky bled crimson over King's Landing, King Rhaegar and Prince Eman stood atop the Red Keep's highest tower, watching two dragons circle in the fading light. Below, the city's sprawl glimmered with torches, and the river glinted like molten gold. They said little, content to let the hush of twilight envelop them. Their watchful eyes scanned the horizon, but no abominations marred the water, no robed figure crept on the walls. For that day, at least, the realm was quiet, a small mercy in a land that had known too few. Rhaegar set a hand on Eamon's shoulder, gaze distant. "We have done much, brother. Corin is gone, his monstrous children undone, his cult forced into the shadows. The Lord stand with us. The realm rests easier than it did. Maybe that is all we can ask for now." Eman inclined his head. "Yet we must remain vigilant. Darkness does not vanish merely because we destroyed one nest of it." True, Rhaegar's violet eyes reflected the last flares of sunset. But for tonight, let us share a moment's peace. We Targaryens have earned it, if only briefly. Tomorrow we serve the realm once more. They stood side by side as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, leaving only the warm glow of dusk. The faint roar of a dragon sounded overhead, resonating like distant thunder. To some, it was the promise of safety. To others, the reminder that fire could burn. For the brothers who had faced nightmare after nightmare, it was the call of House Targaryen's purpose, to stand guard against terrors known and unknown, even when the rest of the world dared to dream that horrors no longer prowled its edges. Shadows might gather again in the future, conspiracies might brew beyond the seas, but for this fleeting instant, a hush of respite settled upon Westeros. And so the dragons soared in the sky, bright embers against a darkening world, their living flame a testament that House Targaryen still ruled, undying, unbowed, and forever entwined with the destiny of the Seven Kingdoms.